Chapter 1449 Even Deities Are Trash. Chapter 1449 Even Deities Are Trash. How did Yang Yi feel right now? Horrified. The hairs throughout his body were standing on end, and he had quite an unsightly expression on his face. Not only had someone noticed him, that person had arrived behind him without making a single sound. Calm down. Yang Yi circulated his sword intent to force himself to calm down, and then he turned around. However, there was nothing behind him. Nothing at all. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He naturally wouldn't think that he was hallucinating. If he couldn't even differentiate between a hallucination and reality, then how could he even call himself a sword cultivator? That hand had appeared on his shoulder, but it was gone now. In other words, that person had concealed himself or herself. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he turned around and continued forward. He didn't know who it was, but he knew that the person would definitely appear once more. However, right after he turned around, that hand suddenly appeared on his shoulder again. Yang Yi turned around and swung his sword. Hiss! His attack hit nothing. There was nothing in front of Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while seriousness filled them. This wasn't just strange. It was quite horrifying. He didn't believe that anyone in the lower dimensions was capable of being so fast that he couldn't even react. How is that person doing it? It didn't take long for Yang Ye's expression to change. He'd thought of something. What if that person doesn't just touch my shoulder but attacks instead? After all, he'd only sensed that person's presence after the hand touched his shoulder and not when that person appeared behind him. So, the difference was huge, because it represented that if that person wanted to kill him, then he might have only sensed that person's presence at the same instant that he died. Besides that, that person was actually able to notice his presence. After all, he was using the laws of darkness and the sword domain to conceal himself. It could be said that if he stood here without moving, then even a deity wouldn't be able to notice his presence. Yet now, that mysterious person hidden in the shadows had noticed his presence. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a long time, and then he turned around and continued forward. He just turned around when the hand appeared on his shoulder again. Yang Yi stopped, but he didn't turn around. He just turned his head slightly to glance at the hand. It was slender and slightly pale, but its nails were bright red. Obviously, it belonged to a woman. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Big sister, I'm just passing through and have no intention to offend you." Yang Yi received no answer, but the hand was still on his shoulder. Yang Yi turned around, but when he did, there was nothing behind him. Yang Ye's face darkened. "Do you think this is fun?" He still received no answer. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he turned around and continued walking towards the distance. This time, the hand didn't appear on him again. However, Yang Yi knew that woman was definitely somewhere close. But since that woman had no intention to kill him, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. Of course, the main reason was that he was helpless against her. Actually, he could detect her, but he didn't do it. She clearly didn't want him to see her, so if he really did make her visible to him, then it might cause some undesirable consequences. Moreover, using that method was very risky, so he didn't dare to use it rashly. The method was naturally the sword domain. He just had to activate it, and the woman would definitely be unable to hide. However, if she suddenly attacked while enveloped beneath the sword domain, then he would be finished if her strength surpassed the scope of the sword domain. After all, he only had over 2 months of lifespan left. Even though he knew that woman was watching him from the shadows, he didn't pay any attention to her and just continued forward. Actually, under normal circumstances, it would take around 5 or 6 hours for him to get to the Forest of Darkness, but he wasn't under normal circumstances right now. If he flew right now, it would be like painting a huge target on his back. He didn't want to become someone's punching bag, so he had no choice but to walk. According to Yang Ye's estimations, he was around a day away from the Forest of Darkness. It could be said that it was just a short distance away, but Yang Yi felt like it was extremely far away. After all, getting there safely was a huge problem. The further he went, the more solemn Yang Ye's expression grew. It was silent, too silent. Since that mysterious hand appeared on his shoulder, it had been too silent. There wasn't a shred of noise coming from the surroundings. Not only was there no noise, He hadn't even heard the slightest sound of the wind. It was like he'd walked into the void. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped moving because the ground beneath his feet had vanished. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant, and then he stretched his right hand forward before spinning it slightly. A strand of energy immediately surged out, and then the miasma before him was instantly blasted backwards, allowing him to see the scene before him. An abyss was before him, a bottomless abyss, and it was filled with miasma. As for the area on the other side of the abyss, it was a mountain which extended beyond the scope of his vision. Yang Yi sized up the surroundings. It didn't take long for his gaze to descend to a spot not too far away from him. There was a rope bridge there, and it led to the mountain. Yang Yi was about to head over through the rope bridge when an ethereal figure suddenly appeared on the rope bridge. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while his profound energy immediately started to circulate. Based on the ethereal figure's body, Yang Yi discerned that it belonged to a man. So, it was clearly not the owner of that hand from before. Suddenly, the ethereal figure spoke. I can't remember how many years have passed. Someone has finally come here. Yang Yi asked, You're human? Of course. The ethereal figure fell silent for a while, and then it continued, The Voider Realm? How could you have possibly been able to get here? Oh, no wonder. You possess two types of quasi-returnal rank and tints. No wonder. Yang Yi asked, Who are you? I know you're very curious. The ethereal figure continued, After all, anyone would be curious upon meeting a human here. I'm from the large world. The large world. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while a trace of surprise flashed through them. He hadn't expected the ethereal figure to be someone who'd come down here from the large world. Yang Yi sized up the ethereal figure and asked, You're in spirit form? The ethereal figure nodded slightly. I know what else you wish to know, so I'll tell you in one go. The people of the lower dimensions are curious about this place, and the people of my large world are the same. So, we decided to come down here and have a look. We intended to find out exactly what the ominous territory was. I'm one of the two who were sent down here. The ethereal figure fell silent for a long time, and then he continued, This place exceeded our expectations, and both of us overestimated our strength. In the end, he died, and only a strand of my soul remains. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he asked, Senior, may I know what realm of cultivation both of you were at? The ethereal figure answered, The deity realm. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. It was very normal that a deity would die here. After all, this place was so dangerous. However, the ethereal figure suddenly added, We were deities here, but we weren't deities in the large world. Yang Ye's face stiffened. They weren't deities. They were experts that surpassed the deity realm. They were deities here because their cultivations had been suppressed. Even though their cultivations had been suppressed, they were still experts above the deity realm. However, both of them had perished here. Yang Yi gulped and asked, May I ask if you fell on the other side of the Yellow Springs River, or on this side? Yang Yi couldn't help but clench his fists once he finished asking the question. The ethereal figure replied, This side. Yang Yi took a deep breath when he heard this. It wouldn't be a big deal if the ethereal figure had perished on the other side of Yellow Springs River, and the situation wouldn't be that bad. After all, he wasn't going to the other side. However, the ethereal figure had died without even passing the Yellow Springs River. At this moment, Yang Yi really missed someone. Blind Maiden. If he had the chance to meet her, he would definitely say, Third sister, please take me to the Forest of Darkness. Actually, it was no joke. If he could contact her, he would definitely seek her help. Now, he finally understood that this place was actually not a place that he could stay in. The dangers of this place had far surpassed the scope of his strength. Perhaps only an expert at Blind Maiden's level could stay in this place. Meanwhile, the ethereal figure spoke, I wish to seek your help. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the ethereal figure. What do you need? As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, a spatial ring flew over to him. I'm from the Kong clan in the large world. If you head there in the future, then please pass that spatial ring to the current patriarch of the Kong clan. He will repay you for it. Yang Yi glanced at the spatial ring in his grasp and asked, Aren't you afraid that I would take it for myself? The ethereal figure replied, Do I have a choice? Yang Yi smiled, true. After all, he'd finally met someone after so long, so he had no choice but to choose Yang Yi. Yang Yi put the spatial ring away and asked, Senior, have you been to the Forest of Darkness? The Forest of Darkness? The ethereal figure asked, You intend to go there? Yang Yi nodded, yes. The ethereal figure said, Forget it. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Because you won't be able to get there. The ethereal figure spoke frankly, Even though you're just a voider, I know that you're definitely extremely strong and have surpassed the strength of ordinary deities. However, you must realize that deities are trash here. So head back. As soon as he finished speaking, the ethereal figure grew fainter. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot. Even deities are trash. That was no joke. Deities really were trash here. Yet this was only the outer area. Why does the lower dimensions have such a terrifying place like the ominous territory? A long time passed before Yang Yi took a deep breath and looked at the mountain on the opposite side of the abyss. Should I continue forward and turn back? Actually, he had no choice but to go forward. If his lifespan wasn't a problem, then he would definitely not take such risks here. However, he had to head to the Forest of Darkness. He would have a chance to live if he went there, but he might lose that chance to live if he didn't head there. Suddenly, the vanishing ethereal figure cried out involuntarily with shock. What's she doing with you? She. Run. She. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and then the ethereal figure's voice stopped abruptly. Moreover, the ethereal figure had vanished in an instant as well. Chapter 1450 Asking for a Beating. Yang Yi felt quite horrified. He was sure that the ethereal figure's disappearance was definitely related to the mysterious woman, and he was even more certain that Shed attacked earlier. However, he hadn't been able to discern it clearly. So, either her strength far surpassed his own, or her movement technique was special. He was more inclined to believe the former. Who exactly is she? Why is she following me? Why hasn't she attacked me? A string of questions had flashed through Yang Yi's mind, but he didn't have an answer for them. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he glanced at the surroundings. Senior, I think that we can talk about it. If you have some unfinished wishes, then I won't refuse if it's within the scope of my ability. He couldn't figure out why the woman was following him but didn't kill him, but he guessed that it might be for a similar reason as the ethereal figure from before. She probably wanted his help. However, the woman didn't answer him. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and then he laughed bitterly. Senior, if you have something to say, then just tell me. How would I know what you want if you refuse to tell me? If you just stay around him and keep putting your hand on me, do you realize how scary that is? I'm serious, we can discuss the matter. But he still didn't receive a reply. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he continued forward. Actually, at this point, he knew that the mysterious woman had no ill intent towards him, because if she had the intention to kill him, then the primordial pagoda would have definitely warned him. However, it hadn't. He didn't think that her strength was so formidable that even the primordial pagoda couldn't sense it. Since the primordial pagoda hadn't warned him, it proved that she hadn't revealed any killing intent towards him. Even then, just thinking about how someone was following him made Yang Yi feel extremely uncomfortable. Besides that, even though she hadn't attacked him now, who knew if she would do it later? Thus, he hoped that she would show herself and discuss the matter with him. After all, everything could be solved with some discussion. Unfortunately, she refused to show herself. So, Yang Yi had no choice but to ignore her for now. If she intended to show herself, then she would do it. In any case, he couldn't force her to show herself. While he traveled through the rope bridge, Yang Yi couldn't help but glance down at the abyss below him. What's down there? Such a thought had appeared in Yang Yi's mind, and he felt slightly curious. Of course, he wouldn't go mad and jump down there. However, Head decided that he would come back here once his strength was sufficient. He was even more curious about the ominous territory. Once he passed through the bridge, a cave appeared in front of Yang Yi. The cave was pitch black, and bone-piercingly cold gusts of wind swept out incessantly from within it. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he gazed towards the right. He pushed his right hand forward, and a wave of force swept out from his palm. It didn't take long for the miasma on his right to be pushed around 1 kilometer away, but he still only saw the body of a mountain. Yang Yi's face darkened. How huge is this mountain? Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he tapped his right foot lightly against the ground and transformed into a ray of light which shot up into the air. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar resounded in the sky, and then a huge claw tore open the miasma above Yang Yi and clawed down at him. Yang Yi's expression changed, and he immediately drew his sword and swung it. Bang! A loud explosion resounded in the sky. It didn't take long for a strangely shaped beast to appear where Yang Yi had been a moment ago. The beast's head was like an eagle, but its lower body was a pair of legs that were extremely similar to the legs of humans. However, its legs were comparatively longer. There was a pair of black wings on his shoulders, and it had a claw. But the claw wasn't on its shoulder, but on its chest. The beast's fist-sized eyeballs were scanning the surroundings incessantly, and its eyes were filled with a vicious glow. A short while passed, yet it didn't notice anything, so it shot up and vanished behind the miasma. Once the beast left, Yang Yi appeared on the spot. What the heck was that? Yang Yi frowned. That beast from before felt extremely dangerous to him. It could be said to be even stronger than the celestial demon wolves. Actually, if he really intended to fight it, then the joint forces of himself and the 2 demon wolves had a good chance at killing that beast. But he hadn't forgotten where he was. If he fought here, it would definitely draw the attention of many monsters. Yang Yi was quite conflicted. He had to pass through this mountain of unknown size, and there were 3 ways to do it. The first was to go around it, but who knew how huge the mountain was? He didn't know how long it would take him to go around it. The second way was to go above it, and Head tried that just now. However, Head been attacked by a powerful beast. There was one last way, and it was to go through the cave. However, that cave seemed quite horrifying. I can't go in there. His intuition told him that he couldn't go in because he didn't know what was luring within it. The unknown was always the most terrifying. Yang Yi took a deep breath and looked up because that was the only method he could choose. Since Head made his decision, Yang Yi didn't hesitate a moment longer, and he immediately flew up. This time, he acted much more carefully, and he slowly flew up, bit by bit. If it was possible, he didn't want to fight the best. After all, he merely intended to pass through. Yang Yi didn't know how high the mountain was. All he knew was that he still hadn't reached the top after floating up for around an hour. Suddenly, the miasma above him was torn open, and then a claw stretched out from the miasma and clawed forcefully in his direction. It noticed my presence. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. He stopped concealing himself, and the profound energy within him surged into the ancient sheath. At the same time, his slaughter intent and sword intent shot out and surged into the ancient sheath as well. Once the huge claw arrived around 1 m above him, he swiftly drew his sword and attacked. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the huge claw was blasted back into the miasma. After that, a furious howl resounded, and it carried a trace of pain. It didn't take long for the beast to appear above Yang Yi. It didn't waste a moment and immediately shot down towards Yang Yi. Once it arrived around 3 m away from Yang Yi, it suddenly opened its mouth and bit at Yang Yi. Obviously, it wasn't to swallow Yang Yi alive. Yang Yi shot up and swung his sword. Boom! An explosion reverberated through the miasma, and then rays of light flashed incessantly. At the same time, sword howls resounded incessantly through the sky. It naturally caused quite a huge commotion. However, Yang Yi didn't care right now. He was furious. After all, he merely wanted to pass through, and he had no intention to kill the best, yet it wanted to kill him. He felt that it deserved a beating. The beast was extremely strong, but it was inferior when compared to the rock titan from before. It was mainly inferior when it came to its defenses. As for its offensive capabilities, it wasn't inferior to the rock titan. However, its defenses were much weaker than the rock titan. So, Yang Yi's sword was entirely capable of piercing through its defenses. After all, he was using the sword precursor right now. After he attained the Voider realm, he wasn't so short on profound energy anymore. Moreover, he had the Worldman Stone as well. So, he could fight with the sword precursor without worrying too much about his profound energy. Moreover, the sword precursor was entirely capable of piercing through the beast's defenses. Bang, 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 bang. Numerous explosions resounded incessantly in the sky. A long time passed before Yang Yi and the beast split apart amidst a loud explosion. At this moment, the beast's body was covered in injuries, and it seemed rather terrifying. As for Yang Yi, blood was flowing incessantly from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he was injured. Fortunately, so long as it wasn't a lethal injury, then it was just minor to him. The beast stared at Yang Yi while viciousness filled its eyes. Yang Yi waved his sword and said, "Let me pass through, all right?" Roar. The beast roared with fury, and then a ray of black light erupted from its entire body. It didn't take long for a layer of thick black scales to appear throughout its body, and then it pounced at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed. "You don't know what's good for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then the two celestial demon wolves emerged from within him. "Bash it to death." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi shot towards the beast. The demon wolves quickly charged forward as well. The beast was stunned when it saw the demon wolves. Obviously, it hadn't expected two ominous beasts to suddenly appear here. 3 against 1. The intent to retreat was visible in the beast's eyes, but it was too late. Big Blackie and Little Blackie were behind it. At the same time, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that appeared in front of it. If the beast had the defensive abilities of the Rock Titan, then it would really not be a huge problem for it to resist the joint attacks of Yang Yi and the demon wolves. Unfortunately, even though its offensive capabilities weren't inferior to the Rock Titan, its defensive capabilities were too inferior. The beast had practically no ability to fight back against their joint forces. So, not to mention fighting back, it didn't even have the chance to flee. However, the beast suddenly made a strange screeching howl, and it seemed to be calling for help. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly so, "That fellow is help." Yang Yi didn't dare delay, and he was about to attack. However, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He fell silent for an instant before he gazed at the demon wolves. "Quickly drag it into the pagoda." The demon wolves were slightly stunned when they heard Yang Yi. It didn't take long for a wisp of excitement to flash through their eyes, and then they dragged the beast towards Yang Yi. They were very swift to the point the beast wasn't even able to react before it was dragged into the primordial pagoda. Once they entered the primordial pagoda, both demon wolves released their grip on the beast, and then they moved to the side and laid on the ground. They had to keep a low profile here. The beast was first stunned, and then a ferocious gaze appeared in its eyes. Roar. It roared furiously, and then it raised the claw on its chest and slammed it down towards the ground. The demon wolves glanced at the beast, and then they soundlessly moved backwards. They felt that it was best to stay farther away from that fellow, so as to avoid suffering with it. When it saw the demon wolves move backwards, the beast thought that they were afraid and acted even more wildly. It was roaring. The beast roared madly and ceaselessly slammed its claw against the ground. It seemed like it wanted to destroy this world. Chapter 1451. Try to stop me and I'll kill you. Chapter 1451. Try to stop me and I'll kill you. Pity filled the eyes of both the celestial demon wolves as they gazed at the beast which was roaring madly. At the same time, they continued their retreat. Meanwhile, the beast grew even more mad and arrogant when it noticed that. Suddenly, a wave of invisible force pressed down from the sky. Big Blackie and Little Blackie's expressions changed when they sensed the energy. They took the initiative to lie down on the ground while fear filled their eyes. The energy descended extremely swiftly, and it pressed down upon the beast before it could even react. Bang! The beast was instantly pressed down on the ground, and then, crack, crack, crack. Numerous clear and resounding sounds of bones being dislocated resounded. Roar, roar, roar. The beast roared incessantly with misery and pain. However, the force didn't vanish, and it pressed down incessantly upon the beast. Not only did its body start to shiver with pain, Even its face had started to warp severely. However, the force still hadn't vanished, and it was even growing stronger. In the end, the beast wasn't even able to let out a shrill cry. It wouldn't be so bad if it was killed in an instant. Unfortunately, even though the force made it experience extreme pain, the injuries it suffered weren't lethal. That was the most painful part. The beast wanted to beg for mercy. It really did. However, it wasn't even able to do that. Meanwhile, the demon wolves moved further back, and their eyes were filled with fear. Actually, the pain they suffered that day was comparatively mild, especially when compared with this beast. The pain they suffered that day was really quite mild. Actually, it was quite normal. They hadn't even had the chance to do anything before the primordial pagoda had suppressed them that day. But this beast had been acting so arrogantly and even seemed like it intended to destroy this world. Wasn't that like expressing contempt towards the primordial pagoda? After all, even Yang Yi, the owner of the primordial pagoda, didn't dare act disrespectfully towards it. Yet that beast had actually acted so arrogantly. So, wasn't it courting death? Suddenly, a clone of Yang Yi appeared within the primordial pagoda. Why did he send a clone in? It was naturally because he didn't dare to enter the primordial pagoda with his actual body. After all, the mysterious woman was still somewhere near him. Once Yang Ye's clone arrived before the beast, the mysterious energy which suppressed it vanished in an instant. Yang Yi shot a glance up into the air. The primordial pagoda had never conversed with him, but it was always helping him. It was helping him in all aspects. Moreover, it even had some tacit understanding with him. Just like this very moment, he was very well aware that besides for the sake of punishing the beast, the primordial pagoda had acted against the beast for another reason, and it was to help him subdue that beast. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at the beast. At this moment, it was on the verge of death. Moreover, its body was twitching incessantly. I seemed truly pitiable. Fortunately, it was still alive. Yang Yi looked it in the eyes and said, "Submit to me. Agree, and this will be over. Refuse, and you can stay here." It was simple and direct. He didn't have the time to waste on the beast. As far as he was concerned, the beast could either submit or die. The beast opened its eyes and gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, the ferocity and viciousness in its eyes were gone, and there was only weakness and fear left within them. Yang Yi asked, "Have you made your decision?" It gazed at Yang Yi in silence. Yang Yi nodded. "I admire your unyielding spirit. Then just stay here." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he turned around and started walking away. Suddenly, a low cry came from the beast. Yang Ye's lips immediately curled up into an arc. Actually, it was within his expectations, because he knew that the beast would be absolutely unwilling to stay in the primordial pagoda. The primordial pagoda's ability to deter beasts was absolutely horrifying. Amongst all the beasts he knew, only Zir wasn't afraid of it. After all, she'd occupied the pool of profound energy within the tiny vortex. Actually, the primordial pagoda didn't act against Zir solely because of Yang Yi, and Yang Yi was able to sense that the primordial pagoda seemed to have a good impression of Zir. As for the reason, it was naturally because the primordial pagoda, Zir, and him had been together from the most difficult periods in their lives. Simply speaking, they'd gone through thick and thin together. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, turned to look at the beast, and then stretched out his hand, "A strand of your soul." The beast had clearly expected this. Even though it was absolutely unwilling, it still handed over a strand of its soul. Once he took the strand of soul, Yang Yi started questioning the beast. He had to pass through this place to get to the forest of darkness, and if he wanted to get through this place, then he had to gain a thorough understanding of this place and the dangers within it. A long time passed before Yang Yi gained a clear understanding of the situation. This place was called Monkey Mountain. As for how huge it was, even the beast before him didn't know, because it didn't dare to go too far away from its territory. Most beasts in the ominous territory had their own territory. If other beasts entered their territory, they would treat it as provocation and attack right away. Yang Yi had entered its territory earlier, and that was why it had attacked. It was the same for his battle at Rock Mountain. It was a taboo to enter another's territory here. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time. He found out from the beast that Monkey Mountain was divided into 3 parts. The abyss was its base, this beast's territory was its center, and there was one more part above its territory, the peak of Monkey Mountain. The beast didn't know what was down within the abyss. Similarly, it didn't know what resided at the peak, because it had never headed down the abyss, nor had it gone up. Since it was born, it had never left its territory. It was part of the ancestral teachings that had been passed down to it. Yang Yi asked about the cave, and the beast's reply made Yang Ye's face turn quite unsightly. According to what it said, Yang Yi should absolutely not head in there because it was very dangerous. What was in there? Even the beast didn't know. It had tried to enter the cave once, but it had merely arrived at the entrance when something tried to drag it into the cave. If it didn't possess some ability, it would have lost its life. Yang Yi pointed at himself, pointed at the demon wolves, and then pointed at the beast. Can we go in if all 4 of us work together? The beast glanced at them, and then it shook its head. Yang Yi felt speechless. How strong were their joint forces? However, the beast actually said that they couldn't enter the cave. Is the thing within the cave even stronger than all 4 of us? Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he took a deep breath and said, "We have 2 choices now. The first is to go over the mountain, and the second is to go through the cave. You choose." The beast remained silent. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, he was here, so he had to see it through. He couldn't just turn around and leave, right? There were definitely countless difficulties to face in life. If he were to stop upon encountering difficulty, then wouldn't he be going around in circles throughout his life? He was a man. So, he decided to face the difficulty before him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, "We must go forward, so you choose. You have to choose." The beast still remained silent. "You refuse to choose?" Yang Yi said, "Fine, then we'll go over the mountain." Yang Yi would rather go over the mountain than go through the dark cave, because who knew what sort of monster was hiding in there? However, the beast suddenly shook its head and started waving its claw. Yang Yi frowned. "The cave?" The beast nodded. Yang Yi asked, "Why?" It didn't take long for Yang Yi to come to an understanding. According to the best, the cave was comparatively safer. As for why it was safer, it was the beast's instinct. It felt that the cave was slightly safer. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he nodded. "Recuperate for now. We'll set out once you've recovered." The intuition of man might be wrong, but the intuition of such beasts was practically never wrong, especially when it came to danger. If they felt it was dangerous, then it was definitely dangerous. So, he decided to listen to it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi opened his eyes in the outside world, and then he glanced at the surroundings. It was deathly silent, but he knew that the mysterious woman was definitely still here. Actually, if she was willing to help, then it would definitely be much easier for him to get to the Forest of Darkness. However, he could only think about such a thing. After all, he should be thankful so long as she didn't kill him. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and started to absorb the energy within the divine crystals he'd placed around him. Earlier, he'd given that beast a name, and it was Eaglet. He'd exhausted some profound energy during the battle with Eaglet, and he'd even suffered some injuries. So, he had to recover all his profound energy and heal himself. Yang Yi wasn't the only one. Eaglet had to recover from its injuries as well. Fortunately, he had primordial violet energy, so both his injuries and Eaglet's injuries were being healed at a rapid pace. 2 hours later, both of them had recovered to their peak states, and then Yang Yi summoned Eaglet, Big Blackie, and Little Blackie, not too far away from the cave. Yang Yi, Big Blackie, Little Blackie, and Eaglet had solemn expressions on their faces. Eaglet turned to look at Yang Yi, and then it started waving its claw. It was asking if he really intended to head in there. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth curled up into an arc, of course. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and swung it. A beam of sword energy shot out from the ancient sheath and struck against the entrance of the cave. At the same time, Yang Ye's ghastly voice resounded, "I, Yang Yi, am going to pass through today. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me." Eaglet was at a loss for words. Chapter 1452. I understand. I really do. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to just walk in. Going in represented that he would be in a defensive position, because he didn't know what was inside there. Thus, the best method was to make the thing in there come out here, and then fight it out in the open here. So, if they were no match for it, they could still flee. But if they fought it inside the cave, then they may not even have the chance to flee once they lost in battle. Yang Yi's sword energy tore through the air and entered the cave. Hiss! It shot into the cave, but nothing happened at all. Once it entered the cave, it didn't make another sound. The faces of Yang Yi and the others grew even more solemn at the sight of this. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he took a step forward. A moment later, the slaughter intent and sword intent within him surged into his ancient sheath. After that, he drew his sword and swung it at the cave. Oem! A sword howl resounded, and then a beam of snow-white sword energy flashed through the air and slammed against the cave. Bang! The cave was slashed into two. However, the sword energy didn't just vanish, and it shot rapidly towards the depths of the cave. In the beginning, the sword energy sliced through everything in its path, but it didn't take long for it to suddenly vanish. Something was off. Yang Yi's brows were knit tightly together. Is it so strong that it can even obliterate my sword energy without making a single sound? That's probably not the case. If it really was that strong, then it would have shown itself by now. But it hasn't. Obviously, it either can't come out here for some reason, or it's afraid of the forces I have and is waiting for us to head in there. As for why his sword energy had vanished without making a sound, he was really curious about that. Yang Yi glanced at the demon wolves and Eaglet. How about one of you head in and have a look? The demon wolves immediately turned to look at Eaglet. Eaglet was at a loss for words. Yang Yi smiled when he saw the unsightly expression on Eaglet's face. I was joking. He would naturally not force Eaglet to head in there. The dangers in there were unknown, so he would clearly be forcing Eaglet into a trap if he made it head in there. That would definitely make resentment arise within Eaglet's heart. Moreover, the demon wolves would definitely be unhappy if he used Eaglet like that. Besides that, he wasn't that kind of person. Since Eaglet had agreed to follow him, then he would naturally not do something like that to Eaglet. Eaglet's face eased up slightly when it heard Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi added, "Well, head in together." This time, it wasn't just Eaglet who had quite an unsightly expression on its face. Both the demon wolves had unsightly expressions on their faces as well. Obviously, they were extremely afraid of the cave. Yang Yi smiled. If you're afraid, then hide inside. The demon wolves exchanged glances, and then they went over to Yang Yi's side. They were no fools. Head into the primordial pagoda, and then let Yang Yi take the risk on his own? After all, they had to stay by Yang Yi's side if they wanted to live comfortably. Eaglet was slightly tempted when it heard Yang Yi, but as soon as it saw the demon wolves stand by Yang Yi's side, it hurriedly went over to Yang Yi's side to display that it was willing to head in with Yang Yi as well. It was no fool. Yang Yi rubbed the demon wolves' heads and smiled. All right, let's head in there and see what sort of existence is in there. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi sat on Big Blackie and said, "Let's go." Big Blackie immediately started walking towards the cave, and both Little Blackie and Eaglet quickly followed after them. Was Yang Yi acting rashly? Actually, he wasn't. He knew that there was definitely danger within the cave. However, so what if there was? Did he have a choice? He did. He had two choices. The first was to turn around and head back, and the second was to continue forward. What did heading back represent? He was very well aware that it represented that he might have to wait for death to arrive. So, he had no choice but to march forward. If he gave it a shot, then there might be a chance in the situation. As soon as they entered the cave, a gust of cold wind assaulted them. Yang Yi couldn't help but frown because the cold wind had actually passed through the barrier that had created with his sword intent. The wind wasn't ordinary. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and sized up the surroundings. Only now did he realize that there was actually no miasma in the cave. He turned to look at the entrance of the cave. Sure enough, the miasma was blocked out by the cold wind. Yang Yi turned his gaze back towards his surroundings. He noticed that the cave was much wider than had expected. He couldn't see the roof of the cave, nor could he see the walls of the cave on either side. As for the area ahead, he couldn't see the end of it as well. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment before he patted Big Blackie's back. Big Blackie understood his intentions and continued forward. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yi or the others, they maintained high levels of vigilance. Time trickled by. Yang Yi and the others had been traveling forward for almost an hour, yet they still hadn't reached the end. At this moment, Yang Yi understood why Head heard no further noise from his sword energy. It was because the cave went in too deep, and his sword energy had advanced without encountering any obstructing. So, it had probably shot off somewhere ahead. Of course, he didn't exclude the possibility that someone or some beast had destroyed it. In short, he still had to be careful. As they went deeper and deeper, it grew darker and darker. Fortunately, all of them weren't affected by darkness, and they could still see everything clearly. Suddenly, all three of them stopped simultaneously. Hiss! A sound that seemed like the hissing of a snake resounded. Big Blackie and Little Blackie's fur stood on end when they heard it, and a thick layer of scales immediately appeared on Eaglet's body. Yang Yi grabbed the hilt of his sword with his right hand, and his profound energy started surging. However, nothing happened after some time passed. Yang Yi said, "Continue forward." Big Blackie hesitated for a moment and continued forward. However, the entire ground suddenly started trembling violently, and then a terrifying aura surged out like a torrent from deep within the cave. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he leaped off Big Blackie's back. After that, his sword intent and slaughter intent surged out madly. Meanwhile, Big Blackie, Little Blackie, and Eaglet didn't stand by idly, and they hurriedly released their own auras. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's sword intent and slaughter intent to converge together with their auras, and then it surged into the depths of the cave. Bang! A loud explosion resounded from afar, but Yang Yi and the others' expressions changed. Because their joint forces had actually been dispersed, the imposing aura continued sweeping over from deep within the cave. Even though it still hadn't arrived before them, the formidable aura made all of them move backwards repeatedly. What sort of monster is that? Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face. He didn't have the time to think about anything else, and he just took a step forward, drew his sword, and swung it. A ray of sword energy shot forward. Because the imposing aura had been struck by the joint forces of Yang Yi and the others, it was much weaker than before. So, his sword energy was able to destroy it with ease. However, the ground suddenly started to quake, and then Yang Yi felt like something was approaching swiftly. Yang Yi grabbed the hilt of his sword with his right hand and stared fixedly into the distance. Meanwhile, Big Blackie, Little Blackie, and Eaglet were doing the same. They were already accumulating strength and were ready to attack at any moment. It was growing closer and closer. It didn't take long for a head to appear within their fields of vision. What sort of head? The head of a snake. A huge head of a snake. How huge was it? Just a single eye on it was larger than Yang Yi's entire body. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yi, the demon wolves, or Eaglet, all of them seemed extremely tiny before the snake head. Attack! As soon as Yang Yi gave the order, he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the snake head. The others didn't hesitate as well, and they immediately leaped forward and slammed their bodies against it. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was the first to be blasted away. After that, the demon wolves and Eaglet were blasted back as well. Even though they hadn't suffered any injuries, they lost in this collision. Suddenly, the snake opened its mouth and then sucked. A wave of powerful suction surged out from its mouth, and it caught Yang Yi and the others off guard, causing them to be almost sucked into the snake's mouth. Fortunately, after Yang Yi released his dual intents and the others released their imposing auras, they were able to ward off the suction force. Meanwhile, something seemed to be rushing over from behind the snake head. It didn't take long for a huge snake tail to emerge. The tail was extremely huge, and I was bound by numerous pitch-black chains. It wasn't just the tail. There were similar chains around the base of the head as well. Those chains were bound tightly around the huge snake's tail. Of course, Yang Yi didn't have the mood to think about all of that. Retreat. Yang Yi didn't hesitate at all to immediately leap back onto Big Blackie's back, and then the latter immediately turned around and left. Regardless of what python it was, The strongest part of them wasn't the head but the tail. The reason the python had only used its tail now wasn't because it was going easy on Yang Yi and the others, it was because the python was too huge. Because it was so huge, it took a very long time for its tail to circle back. In short, Yang Yi knew that the forces he had on his side wouldn't be able to defeat that huge fellow. Because regardless of whether it was his sword or the other's claws, they weren't able to pierce the python's defenses during the precious battle. Actually, even if they could pierce through its defenses, it wouldn't have much of an effect, because the python's size was beyond their imagination. Fortunately, it wasn't very fast. So, Yang Yi and the others were able to escape the cave. However, right when they were prepared to continue running, they noticed that the python actually didn't leave the cave. Yang Yi turned around and looked, and he just happened to meet the eyes of the python. Its eyes were filled with viciousness and ferocity. It can't leave the cave? Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly recalled the chains that bound the python. That fellow is imprisoned in there? Yang Yi felt that his guess was probably close to the truth. The python was definitely trapped in there. Otherwise, it would have definitely left the cave. Who imprisoned it in there? Yang Yi didn't think about it. His mind was filled with what to do next. He had to go past this mountain. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he placed his right palm against his chest. Brother Cheong-chi, I think that it's time for you to join the fight. Besides Cheong-chi, he really had no other way. Of course, he had the stellar sword diagram. He was very confident that if he utilized it, then not to mention the huge python, even Monkey Mountain would be destroyed. However, he couldn't afford to use it. He didn't have more lifespan to exhaust. So, he had to rely on Cheong-chi. However, Cheong-chi didn't respond to him. Sigh. Yang Yi suddenly sighed softly. I've always felt that Brother Cheong-chi is the most formidable existence amongst the ferocious beasts. But, sigh. Actually, it does make sense. That python is so formidable. So, I can understand why you're afraid of it. I really do. Chapter 1453 Cheong-chi's Home. Chapter 1453 Cheong-chi's Home. What nonsense! Suddenly, a furious howl resounded from Yang Ye's chest, and then a ray of black light flashed before Cheong-chi appeared in front of Yang Yi. As soon as they saw Cheong-chi, fear had instantly appeared in the celestial demon wolf's eyes. They were extremely afraid of Cheong-chi. After all, not only had they failed to injure Cheong-chi when they fought him together, they were even dragged into the primordial pagoda. It wasn't just the demon wolves that displayed fear towards Cheong-chi, even Eaglet's eyes had fear in them. Cheong-chi felt extremely dangerous to it. Eaglet glanced at Yang Yi. At this moment, it felt that Yang Yi seemed even more mysterious. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth when he saw Cheong-chi show himself. Meanwhile, Cheong-chi suddenly said, "What the fuck are you smiling for? Kid, in the past, I felt that no matter what sort of trap you led me into, it wouldn't be able to kill within the 3 years I agreed to help you. But now it seems like it won't take 3 years for you to kill me." Cheong-chi felt quite aggrieved. Since he stayed by Yang Ye's side, he'd been constantly facing more and more trouble. Moreover, every single one was something that even he wasn't really able to endure. After all, he hadn't recovered completely. Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment. I had no other choice. Cheong-chi glared fiercely at him. If you don't have the ability, then don't cause so much trouble. Kid, to be honest, you're the most tenacious person I've met. You're so good at causing trouble, yet you're still alive. If we were in Milky Way stellar region, I would definitely think that you're sworn brothers with Yen Ju. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Brother Cheong-chi, you really can't blame me for this. Just think about it. I've been absolutely careful since I arrived at this place, and I definitely kept a low profile if I could. However, these fellows think they can bully me because they've lived longer. Tell me, I just wanted to pass through. But these fellows absolutely refuse to let me, and they keep trying to kill me. They are bullying me for being young. Pass through? Cheong-qi shook his head. You don't understand the nature of demon beasts. They care a great deal about their territory. Any person or demon beast that enters their territory will be treated as a form of offense. He glanced at Yang Yi and continued, You're here for the spring of life? Yang Yi nodded. Qiongqi fell silent, and there was a slightly solemn expression on his face. Yang Ye's face became solemn as well when he saw Qiongqi react in this way. He knew Qiongqi's character well. Qiongqi was even more unruly than he was. Since he'd known Qiongqi, only the primordial pagoda had aroused extreme fear in Qiongqi. Besides that, even Jin Wuji was just not bad to Qiongqi. Of course, he knew that Qiongqi wasn't being haughty. He knew nothing about Qiongqi's origins, but he knew that Qiongqi was extraordinarily terrifying. Yet now, Qiongqi's face had become solemn. Even Qiongqi senses danger here? Yang Yi asked, even you think this place is dangerous? Qiongqi remained silent for a short while before he said, actually, you shouldn't have come here right now. It isn't a place that you can be in right now. Even I feel this place is very dangerous in my current state. It's very dangerous for him. Yang Ye's heart shook. Even Qiongqi feels it's extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Qiongqi added, actually, it isn't a bad thing for you. At the very least, it'll help you understand that your current strength is still very weak. Otherwise, you might become so confident that you lose yourself in it. Yang Yi smiled bitterly. Needless to say, even though he'd known that there were definitely other experts in this world who were stronger than him. However, he felt that there probably was nothing in the lower dimensions that could pose a threat to him. Especially when he had the celestial demon wolves, he was really confident, and he felt that he could go anywhere in the lower dimensions. However, once he arrived at the ominous territory, he noticed that quasi-returnal rank sword intent, quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent, a sword that surpasses the known ranks of quality and heaven rend. There really wasn't anything great about all of them. Meanwhile, Qiongqi added, if it weren't for your lifespan, I would make you leave right now. However, making your leave right now is equivalent to making you die. So, continue forward. Yang Yi said, but even you feel that this place is dangerous. Qiongqi replied, forget that for now. Let me deal with that fellow within the cave. Yang Yi warned, it's very strong. Qiongqi shook his head. I've passed through countless rivers of stars and innumerable worlds. I've really not met any demon beast that can pose a threat to me. Yang Yi said, then aren't you matchless amongst demon beasts? I wish. Qiongqi rolled his eyes. Having not met any doesn't mean that there are none. Moreover, there are at least 4 types of demon beasts in my old home that could pose a threat to me. Even I would have no choice but to flee before them. Which 4? Yang Yi was quite curious. He was really curious about demon beasts that could pose a threat to Qiongqi and force him to flee. Qiongqi glanced at Yang Yi and replied, the primal dragon and primal phoenix. Fortunately, only those 2 fellows can be considered as being a primal dragon and a primal phoenix. Yang Yi asked, the primal dragon and primal phoenix? Are they very strong? Qiongqi replied, let me explain it like this. If they are willing to give you a drop of their blood essence, then your body will immediately become a few dozen times stronger than that celestial demon hegemon body. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Qiongqi added, besides them, there's another fellow that's very terrifying. That fellow is one that even the primal dragon and primal phoenix wouldn't rashly offend. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, what is he? Big Blackie and Little Blackie gazed at Qiongqi as well. They too were very curious about what demon beast it was that even filled Qiongqi with extreme fear. Qiongqi's expression became serious as he spoke. The Torch Dragon. The Torch Dragon? Yang Yi shook his head to display that he'd never heard of it. Qiongqi nodded. Even though it's a dragon just like the primal dragon, it's not from the same line. That fellow is quite crazy. When he opens his eyes, light fills the world and daytime arrives. When he closes his eyes, darkness descends, and night covers the world. However, that fellow was too arrogant and kept causing trouble, just like you. In the end, his punishment was to guard a place. His life isn't great at that place. Yang Ye's face darkened. What do you mean like me? I've been keeping a really low profile. Don't look at me like that. Qiongqi gazed at Yang Yi and continued. Your ability to cause trouble isn't inferior to his. You have to work on your temper and take warning from his fate. Actually, I think that both of you really suit each other. If both of you are together, then your ability to cause trouble. SK. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Xiongqi added, the last one can't really be considered a demon. It should be considered half human and half demon. Her strength isn't even the main point. The main point is her network of relationships. If you offend her, then you'll die before you even know what hit you. Even the torch dragon has to be absolutely careful before her. It can't be helped because she has too many people who are willing to help her. When he spoke up to this point, Xiongqi suddenly stretched out a claw and patted Yang Yi on the shoulder. Kid, the reason I told you all of that is because I wanted to tell you something. Don't think you can act recklessly just because you have me by your side. Not to mention the humans. Even if we just talk about demon beasts, then besides those 4 I mentioned, there are many other formidable demon beasts in this world. Even though I don't fear them, they don't fear me either. If we really enter into battle, then I would only have a 50% chance of winning against many demon beasts, and my chances of winning might even be lower. Understand? Yang Yi nodded. I understand. He really had gained understanding. Xiongqi had said all of that for a single reason, and it was to make him understand that he couldn't think that he can act recklessly just because Xiongqi was by his side. Indeed, besides his own courage, there was another reason why he dared to travel deep into the ominous territory, and it was Xiongqi's presence. But what if he encountered danger that even Xiongqi couldn't resolve? What would he do then? In the end, he couldn't rely on Xiongqi too much. Or it should be said that he shouldn't rely too much on external sources of strength. Only his own strength was true strength. It's good that you understand. Xiongqi nodded slightly. You have great karmic luck, so your future accomplishments will definitely be extraordinary. Of course, the precondition is that you don't die. Yang Yi smiled. He seemed to have thought of something and asked, what do you think would happen if we drag that primal dragon, primal phoenix, and that torch dragon into the pagoda? Do you want to die? Xiongqi interrupted Yang Yi and spoke angrily. Can you stop thinking about things like that? Drag them into the pagoda? You really have a good imagination. Yang Yi asked, are they stronger than the primordial pagoda? Xiongqi was stunned. He thought for a moment, and then he shook his head. They aren't. However, who will drag them in there? Will you? In any case, I won't. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. All right, cut the crap. I have other things to do once I deal with that fellow. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiongqi turned around and walked towards the cave. Yang Yi quickly asked, do you need help? Xiongqi didn't say anything, and he'd already entered the cave. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions resounded incessantly within the cave, and it didn't take long for howls of pain to come from within the cave. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard those howls, because those howls didn't belong to Xiongqi. Xiongqi's strength has grown again. Yang Yi had noticed that every single time Xiongqi showed himself, Xiongqi's strength was much stronger than it had been. Just like this very moment, Xiongqi's strength was much stronger than it had been during the battle with the celestial demon lord. But it made sense. After all, Xiongqi had eaten a demonic dragon alive. At the same time that he was digesting that dragon, his strength was recovering swiftly. In short, Xiongqi's recovery was extremely beneficial to him. Even though he couldn't rely on Xiongqi too much, it depended on the situation. If he didn't rely on Xiongqi in this place, then who would he rely on? It would be a waste not to utilize such help. However, he had to discard those immature thoughts he'd had about being invincible while he had Xiongqi by his side. Time trickled by. The ground was constantly trembling. Actually, it wasn't just the ground. Even Monkey Mountain seemed to be vibrating. The explosions within the cave were still continuing incessantly, but it didn't take long for the explosions to grow softer, and only the howls of pain remained. Around 15 minutes later, Xiongqi swaggered out of the cave. He walked over to Yang Yi and said, you can go collect the corpse now? Yang Yi felt speechless. Chapter 1454, Trapped for Eternity. Yang Yi asked, it's dead? Xiongqi shook his head. It isn't, but it's on the verge of it. Yang Yi nodded and sized up Xiongqi. Even though Xiongqi seemed to be completely unharmed, Yang Yi knew that it had definitely not been easy for Xiongqi. That python's strength was extremely formidable. Meanwhile, Xiongqi said, it's imprisoned there, so it can't utilize its full strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been that easy to deal with him. Go on in, it should be very helpful to you. Yang Yi naturally understood what Qiongqi meant. Qiongqi had crippled it, and now it was his turn to subdue it. Since he had the primordial pagoda, it wasn't too difficult for him to accomplish that. Meanwhile, Qiongqi added, I'm at a critical point in my recovery, so I can't leave for some time. If you encounter danger that you can't resist, then just run. Yang Yi was speechless. Qiongqi spoke solemnly, I'm not joking, and I'm not trying to get you killed either. If it was any ordinary thing, then I would definitely delay it. After all, this place is really too dangerous for you. But it can't be helped. I've finished gathering the energy throughout that demonic dragon. Now, I'm going to absorb it all in one go. If I succeed, then my strength should recover to 70% of my prime. Qiongqi paused for a moment and continued, the reason I can't delay it is that I've already delayed it numerous times. If I still don't absorb it, then the energy might explode apart within me. I've been constantly condensing it within me so that it grows even purer. Now, I can't condense it anymore because I've condensed it to its limits. Yang Yi replied, I thought you were done. Qiongqi shook his head. Do you think everyone is like you? You think we can just absorb everything quickly? You have that thing in you, and it can rapidly convert any energy into the purest form of violet energy for you. But we don't have that thing. We can only condense the energy ourselves. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, why don't you absorb that python as well? It's useless. Qiongqi continued, the reason that demonic dragon was useful to me is that it's a dragon, and it has the bloodline of a true dragon. Even though it's so scarce that it can be practically overlooked, it still has that bit of it. So, it's a little useful to me. Even though eating that python will have some effects, it wouldn't be great. If I leave it to you, then you won't be in that much danger while you're here. Yang Yi nodded. All right, then just rest at ease and absorb the energy. Leave the rest to me. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something at this point, and he sent a voice transmission to Qiongqi. There's a mysterious woman following me. Can you see her? Because the mysterious woman hadn't shown herself for quite some time, had almost forgotten about her. Even though she hadn't shown herself, his intuition told him that she hadn't left and was still following him. Qiongqi fell silent for a long time, and then he shook his head. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly and sent another voice transmission. Even you can't detect her presence? Qiongqi spoke angrily. Kid, I'm not almighty. Yang Yi hurriedly flattered Qiongqi. You're almighty in my heart. Save the flattery. Qiongqi shook his head. This place is quite mysterious. Not to mention you, even I would have to be careful here. Since that woman hasn't acted against you, it proves that she probably has no ill intent. Just wait and see what happens. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. That's all I can do now. He really couldn't do anything about the mysterious woman right now. Fortunately, she didn't seem to have any intention to attack him. Be careful. As soon as Qiongqi finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that entered Yang Yi's chest. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he said, let's go take a look at that big fellow. As he spoke, Yang Yi started walking towards the cave. The celestial demon wolves and Eaglet quickly followed after him. Yang Yi hadn't noticed that Eaglet had become even more respectful towards him. It was naturally because of Qiongqi. The cave was in a mess. The python's head wasn't too far away from Yang Yi, but at this moment, it was mangled and covered in injuries left behind by a claw. Blood was flowing out like fountains from those injuries, and it seemed quite terrifying. At this moment, it was on the verge of death. Yang Yi walked over to it. He didn't waste his breath at all, and immediately waved his right hand. Big Blackie and Little Blackie understood his intentions and grabbed the head before trying to drag the python into the primordial pagoda. However, it didn't take long for them to stop because they couldn't drag it in. It wasn't because of the snake's size. The world within the primordial pagoda was massive. Not to mention a single python, it could fit many of them. The reason they couldn't drag it in was the chains that covered the python. Those chains were coiled tightly around the python, so they couldn't drag it out of the cave and into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi gazed at the chains. They were almost as thick as fists, completely dark black, yet didn't seem special. However, even an idiot would know that it wasn't ordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to imprison the python in this damnable place. So, he had to break the chains to drag the python into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he led Big Blackie and the others into the depths of the cave. The chains were coiled all around the python, so he had to cut them at the end. Yang Yi's group followed the python's body forward, and this journey caused Yang Yi to break out in cold sweat. Only now did he notice that the python was much larger than Head ever imagined. Its body was at least 30 kilometers long. If it wasn't for those chains that restricted it from utilizing its full strength, it would really be difficult for Cheong-Chi to defeat it. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's group to finally reach the base of the chains. There was a black circle of light there, and the end of the chain was within the circle of light. There was a stone tablet at the side of the circle of light, and there were words on it. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the stone tablet, the ancient Emperor Python. It was born during the ancient times. It's a vicious being that treats everything as food. But everything in the world has a spirit of its own. The path of cultivation is a difficult one, and I couldn't bear to put an end to its path. Thus, I imprisoned it here. If it's able to cleanse its heart and rid itself of its viciousness, then the formation will vanish on its own. If it doesn't, then it'll be trapped for eternity. For eternity. Yang Yi shook his head. That fellow is really quite pitiable. Actually, it was bringing doom upon itself because it hadn't cleaned its heart at all. But it did make sense because it wasn't realistic to expect that from a demon beast. Yang Yi continued reading through the words on the stone tablet. One who comes after me. If you want to let it free, then remember that it's vicious, and it's very likely for it to turn on you. Vicious? Turn on me? Yang Yi shook his head, Senior. Don't worry, they'll teach it how to act like a proper person. No, I mean snake. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi walked over to the circle of light. He was just about to attack it when a ray of dazzling light suddenly erupted from it. Yang Yi's expression changed, and he was about to defend himself. However, the circle of light shattered. Moreover, even the chains that bound the python shattered at this moment. What's going on? The person who sealed the python isn't ordinary at all. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, that person definitely knew that he wanted to release the python, so the formation had destroyed itself once he got close to it. But how did that person know? Yang Yi didn't have an answer. Yang Yi didn't linger on the question. There were countless extraordinary figures in the world. Since that person could trap the python here, that person's strength was definitely at a terrifying level, and that person had definitely done something to the circle of light. So, the formation had understood his thoughts when he got close, and then it destroyed everything. Similarly, Yang Yi was certain that if he didn't want to let the python go, then the formation would definitely not destroy itself. Yang Yi didn't waste any time and just waved his hand. Get him in there. The demon wolves immediately grabbed the python's tail and dragged it into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Even though the mysterious woman was here, he couldn't do anything about it. He was helpless against her. Because even Cheong-Chi couldn't detect her presence, so it was obvious how strange and mysterious she was. The sword domain? Yang Yi wanted to use it, but he couldn't afford to. If he detected her, yet she attacked, then it was obvious that he would die right away. He had no way to solve this problem. Just as Cheong-Chi said, he could only wait and see. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, sat down cross-legged, and made Eaglet protect him. Meanwhile, he immersed his consciousness into his body. At this moment, the python was in the world in the first level of the primordial pagoda. Even though it was absolutely weak, it was still awake. The chains had vanished, so there was a gaze of release in its eyes. However, once it arrived in the primordial pagoda, that expression was instantly replaced by curiosity. Yang Yi's clone arrived before the python, and it instantly gazed at him, but its gaze was quite calm. Yang Yi didn't beat around the bush because he didn't have the time for that. He immediately said, "Hand over a strand of your soul and follow me if you want to live. Otherwise, living will be worse than death for you." The python gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. Suddenly, a vicious glow flashed through its eyes, and then it opened its huge mouth and shot towards Yang Yi's clone. Chapter 1455, Undying Elemental Body. Chapter 1455, Undying Elemental Body. Boom. At the moment its mouth shot towards Yang Yi, a wave of mysterious energy had descended from the sky and slammed against it. The python was caught off guard, and its head was instantly slammed against the ground. However, the energy didn't vanish, and it descended constantly from the sky and slammed against the python. It didn't take long for shrill and miserable cries to resound. It was absolutely miserable. The celestial demon wolves shook their heads. Eaglet had courted death before this, and now the python was doing the same. Fortunately, they hadn't acted like this that day. So, the pain they suffered was much milder than the python or eaglet. The python was enormous. Because the mysterious energy was suppressing, its body had curled up completely and was trembling violently. Yang Yi sat cross-legged in midair in silence and just gazed at it. The mysterious expert was right. The python was extremely vicious. Ordinary methods were useless against such ancient demon beasts, and the only way was to beat them up until they yielded. The ancient emperor python's howl grew weaker and weaker. In the end, it couldn't even make a sound. But Yang Yi still didn't say a word, and the energy was still descending. After quite some time passed, the python wasn't moving at all. It wasn't dead, and it just didn't even have the strength to twitch. The celestial demon wolves couldn't really bear to watch this any longer. But they didn't say anything, because it was that fellow's fault for trying to eat Yang Yi. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi waved his hand. The primordial pagoda was very nice to him, and the mysterious energy had vanished in an instant. Yang Yi flew over to the python's head. He gazed at the python, which was extremely weak and on the verge of death. One last chance. Will you submit or die? It didn't take long for the python to open its eyes, and it just gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at it for a long time, and then he nodded. I admire your unyielding spirit. Since you've chosen death, then I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and gazed at the demon wolves. Let's go. They glanced at Yang Yi, and then nodded and left the primordial pagoda. Once they left, Yang Yi's clone vanished as well. Only the python remained here. The primordial pagoda didn't act against the python. However, when it recovered slightly, the mysterious energy would appear once more. Just like that, the python would recover slightly, the energy would appear, and then it would be struck back to its previous state. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Yang Yi opened his eyes, glanced at the surroundings, and said, Let's go. Yang Yi would naturally not waste his time on the python. Since it was so unyielding, he just left the primordial pagoda to play with it. In any case, it couldn't escape now, so he had all the time in the world to subdue it. It only had two choices, and it was to either surrender to him or kill itself. Yang Yi didn't think that it would kill itself. After all, it had lived for so many years and been imprisoned for so many years. Now that it finally has a chance at freedom, how could it possibly take its own life? If it wanted to take its own life, it would have done so when it was imprisoned. Since it still hadn't done that until now, it clearly didn't want to die. Since it didn't want to die, then it was much easier to deal with. The primordial pagoda was there to deal with it. In any case, he wasn't in a rush. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, glanced at the surroundings, and then looked towards the mountain wall in the distance. Even though there was no path ahead, he could make one. Yang Yi had no further worries here, so he immediately made the demon wolves and eaglet return to the primordial pagoda, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot into the mountain wall. Monkey Mountain's size had truly exceeded Yang Yi's expectations. He flew almost an hour through the mountain yet was still unable to get through to the other side. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any further danger. Obviously, the mountain was the ancient Emperor Python's territory and ordinary demon beasts would dare not enter the mountain. So, he didn't encounter any trouble all along the way. After traveling for around 4 hours, Yang Yi finally emerged from within Monkey Mountain. At this moment, he felt really lucky that he hadn't chosen to go around it. If he had, then he wouldn't have been able to go around it even after traveling for 2 days and 2 nights. Yang Yi looked up, and the area before him was still filled with miasma. But at this moment, because it was noon, the miasma wasn't that thick. Yang Yi turned to glance at the mountain behind him. Actually, he was quite curious about the mountain. If his strength was sufficient, he really wanted to climb it and have a look. However, his strength was clearly insufficient. So, he could only think about doing it. He withdrew his gaze, turned around, and looked off into the distance before vanishing into the miasma. Big Blackie and the others didn't know the Forest of Darkness' exact location, and they only knew a rough direction towards it. Presently, Yang Yi was going in that direction. Even though he might not get to the Forest of Darkness like this, he had no choice. He knew nothing about this place, so he could only go forward. He wanted to look for a person or beast to get directions from. Unfortunately, there was nothing here. Moreover, if he really did meet a person or beast, then he had to be careful. Even though it was noon, sunlight couldn't pass through the miasma, and he could only see a weak bit of light coming through the miasma. Crack! Suddenly, a clear and resounding crack resounded from beneath Yang Ye's foot. Yang Yi stopped and looked down, and he saw a skeleton beneath his feet. A human skeleton. Someone had been here. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant, and then he twisted his palms and shook them lightly. In an instant, a wave of aura appeared out of thin air around him, and then the miasma in his vicinity was instantly pushed far away. Once the miasma was pushed away, and he saw the scene around him, Yang Yi immediately frowned. There were over a dozen human skeletons in the surroundings. Besides that, there were some other skeletons that were strangely shaped. Based on their outer appearance, they belonged to demon beasts. Obviously, a battle had occurred here, and then both sides had perished. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto the human skeletons. Who are they? They were actually able to get here. It could be said that if he didn't have Cheong Chi's help, then it would have been practically impossible for him to get here. But they had been able to get here. So, he could imagine how strong they had been. But they'd actually died here. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto the skeletons of demon beasts. Based on those skeletons, it was impossible to discern what demon beasts they had been. However, they weren't very large, or should be called very small. They were the size of a normal human. Suddenly, Yang Ye's expression changed, and he moved around 1 kilometer back. At the same time, he became extremely vigilant. It didn't take long for one of the human skeletons to start moving, and then a middle-aged man appeared above it. The middle-aged man's figure was ethereal. Obviously, it was just a strand of the soul. I thought I wouldn't be able to see another human. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. I never expected someone to get here after so many years. Moreover, it's even a voider. A voider? How unbelievable. Yang Yi asked, Senior, may I know who you are? The middle-aged man shook his head. It's meaningless. Help me do something, all right? Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man and said, Please do tell me about it. The middle-aged man looked down at the skeletons in the surroundings and said, If you can get out of here, then take our skeletons with you and bury them. He paused for a moment and continued, Take the skeletons of those demon beasts with you as well. They are all pitiable demon beasts. Yang Yi was puzzled. Pitiable? The middle-aged man replied, They are imprisoned for eternity. Even if they die, they can't enter the cycle of rebirth. Don't you think they are pitiable? Yang Yi asked, Senior, you know about the ominous territory's origins? I know a little. The middle-aged man continued, I know that you want to know as well. However, it's of no benefit to you. You are still too weak, and you'll die if you find out about some things. Yang Yi fell silent. Actually, calling him weak wasn't wrong. Obviously, the middle-aged man's past strength was definitely not something he could compare to. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly flicked a scroll over to Yang Yi. My strongest technique? It should be very helpful to you. Take it as a form of my gratitude. Yang Yi would naturally not refuse it, and he immediately took it and said, Senior, you said that it's impossible to enter the cycle of rebirth here. What did you mean by that? The middle-aged man fell silent for a long time, and then he said, There's a mysterious force here. Anyone who dies here, including demon beasts, aren't able to ever enter the cycle of rebirth. Rebirth is something you're still unable to come into contact with because you're quite weak now. Once you understand what rebirth is, you'll understand what it represents to cultivators like us. Rebirth? Yang Yi intended to say something, but the middle-aged man shook his head. I don't have more time. I've been dead for too long. It's a miracle that this strand of my soul has been able to remain until now. I can't answer more questions for you." As he spoke, he flicked a palm-sized golden dragon seal to Yang Yi. Yang Yi was about to ask when the seal instantly entered the center of his forehead. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man. "What's that?" "A token of identity." The middle-aged man continued. "If you get to a kingdom called Dark Moon Kingdom in the future, then give it to the emperor of that kingdom if you think he isn't bad. If you think he's useless, then use it to remove him from the throne and choose someone you think isn't bad from amongst the imperial family. Let that person take control of the kingdom instead. As compensation, you can cultivate the undying elemental body technique contained within the seal." Dark Moon Kingdom? Undying elemental body? Who is he? How did he get here? Yang Yi was quite stunned, and he had too many questions. He was about to ask about them when the middle-aged man suddenly said, "That person behind you." "She? Behind me?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then a chill ran down his spine. "You can see her? You're actually able to see her?" The middle-aged man was stunned as well when he heard Yang Yi, and then he said, "You? She?" The middle-aged man hadn't even been able to finish speaking when a gust of wind swept by, and then the middle-aged man vanished. Chapter 1456 specialized in dealing with those that refused to submit. The middle-aged man had vanished into thin air, and it was like Head never been there. Head naturally hadn't vanished for no reason. Obviously, the mysterious woman had obliterated him. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, fell silent for a long time, and then said, "You've been following me all the way here. If you need something, then tell me about it, all right? As I've said before this, I will definitely not refuse if it's within my ability." He received no response. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "Just following me won't change anything." He still received no reply. "Forget it." Yang Yi shook his head and disregarded the mysterious woman. He didn't have time to waste on her. He believed that since she was following him, then she would show herself sooner or later. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he waved his hands and stored away all the skeletons which covered the ground. Yang Yi would naturally not refuse the middle-aged man's request. In any case, it was a small matter to him. Moreover, the middle-aged man had even compensated him. The compensation. Yang Yi immediately flipped his palm when he thought of it, and the scroll which the middle-aged man gave him appeared in his grasp. After that, he exerted a little strength and crushed the scroll, causing it to transform into a ray of dark light that entered the center of his forehead. It didn't take long for some information to appear in his mind. Elemental breaker. The body is the source of strength. It's like a universe that's without borders. If one is capable of unearthing 30% of that in their entire lives, even the world can be destroyed with a flick of the finger. If one is capable of unearthing 50%, the world can be transcended to live eternally with the stellar bodies in space. As for those capable of unearthing 100%, Yang Yi shook his head. He wasn't interested in reading through all of that, so he skipped straight to the end. Elemental breaker. It disregards all defenses. The body is used as a medium to absorb the energy of the 5 elements before converging it in the fist. All defenses are disregarded, and it strikes straight at the internal organs. Yang Yi's face became solemn when he read up to this point. It was quite insane since it could disregard defenses. At the very least, he really feared such an ability. After all, he usually relied on his physical defenses, but if his enemy executed elemental breaker upon him, then it represented that his physical defenses would be completely useless. It wouldn't be such a huge problem if he was mentally prepared and didn't go head-on against his enemy's fist. However, if he wasn't prepared and was taken by surprise, he would be killed in an instant. However, Yang Yi was doubtful about its ability to disregard defenses. After all, nothing was absolute in the world. If Elemental Breaker really could disregard all defenses, then it was absolutely matchless. But if it was matchless, then the middle-aged man wouldn't have died. Unfortunately, the scroll didn't state the grade of the technique. However, as far as Yang Yi was concerned, it was definitely not ordinary. As for its might, he had to cultivate it successfully and try it on someone or some demon beast. The dragon seal. Yang Yi suddenly thought of the dragon seal. Because the middle-aged man had said that the dragon seal had another technique, the undying elemental body. The undying elemental body and the elemental breaker. Yang Yi closed his eyes. The dragon seal was within his sea of consciousness. However, it kept a very low profile and merely resided at a corner. Perhaps it was because of the primordial pagoda. Actually, since he had the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi was invulnerable to all evil. No matter what sort of strange thing or soul it was, they would have to kneel if they entered his body. Yang Yi's consciousness entered the dragon seal. It didn't take long for it to start trembling slightly, and then some information appeared in Yang Yi's mind. The undying elemental body. Created from the elemental breaker, it's much greater than the elemental breaker. The body is used as the medium to absorb the energy of the 5 elements into the body, allowing the body to possess the energy of the 5 elements. The energy of the 5 elements circulated incessantly, and the body remains eternal. A body cultivation technique. Yang Yi was delighted. He needed a body cultivation technique the most. His body was formidable, but it had a flaw, and it was that he didn't possess a good cultivation technique and a step-by-step process of advancement. His bonus improvement had been done forcefully by relying on external sources of stimulation. Simply speaking, had gone to extremes. It was all right to do that in the beginning, but he couldn't do it forever. Fortunately, he had the undying elemental body technique now, so he didn't have to use such methods anymore. Had gained tremendous gains. A smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Now, he understood why many still came here when they knew how dangerous it was. Danger and fortune coexisted here. Just like this very moment, had obtained a fortune. But he knew that if someone else arrived here, that person would definitely obtain the same thing. Because the middle-aged man had no other choice. In short, this place was very dangerous, but it was filled with fortune, and it all depended on one's own strength and luck. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, glanced at the surroundings, and then immersed his mind into his body. His clone arrived before the ancient emperor python. At this moment, it had curled up into a ball, and it seemed absolutely pitiable. However, it was unyielding and refused to beg for mercy. But the primordial pagoda was worse. Since it refused to surrender, the primordial pagoda was willing to continue playing with it. In any case, it was impossible for the python to die while it was within the primordial pagoda. It would heal the python after it was beaten up, and then it would continue beating up the python. Yang Yi gazed at the python for a long time, and then he turned around and vanished on the spot. If it wanted to be unyielding, that was fine. The primordial pagoda could accompany it all along the way. It specialized in dealing with those that refused to submit. Meanwhile, Yang Yi opened his eyes in the outside world. He was about to continue forward when he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly turned around, and the space before him was completely empty. At this moment, Yang Yi really wanted to activate the sword domain right away to see if someone was standing in front of him and looking at him. However, after thinking about it for a while, he decided against it. Since she refused to show herself, and he forced her to reveal herself before him, then it might cause the situation to grow worse. In the end, it was best to wait and see until she made a move. Yang Yi turned around and vanished into the miasma. The path ahead was filled with unknown dangers, but he still had to go forward. All along the way, Yang Yi noticed even more skeletons. They belonged to humans and the demon beasts which had previously. Yang Yi observed them closely and noticed that these skeletons were probably from the same group as the middle-aged man from before. At this moment, Yang Yi came to a slight understanding. The middle-aged man's group had probably encountered formidable demon beasts even deeper within the ominous territory, and they'd fled all the way here. However, they hadn't been able to escape the demon beast's pursuit in the end. However, the middle-aged man's group was clearly extremely strong. Even though they perished, they'd still killed some demon beasts. They'd perished along with their enemies. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, it was good news, because it represented that there was no danger in this area. Because these demon beasts came from even deeper in the ominous territory, and they might have even come from Yellow Springs River. After all, the middle-aged man was a peerless expert. Based on the middle-aged man's strength, It wouldn't be a problem for him to get to the Yellow Springs River. Even then, he still couldn't be careless. He didn't possess their strength, so even if he wasn't going past Yellow Springs River, it was still extremely dangerous for him. Once he left this time, Yang Yi had decided to work hard and cultivate like a madman. It was really quite aggrieving to not possess formidable strength. Presently, he seemed like he was treading on thin ice, and he was careful at all times because he was afraid that a demon beast or some other terrifying thing would suddenly appear before him. For hours later, the sky had turned dark and the miasma grew thicker. Yang Yi didn't stop, but head slowed down slightly. Suddenly, he frowned because the surroundings were getting colder. Yang Yi stopped and looked up towards the distance. He was just about to blast the miasma apart when the miasma ahead suddenly parted on its own, and then a gust of cold wind swept towards him. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly at the sight of this. He twisted his right palm slightly, and a wave of aura surged forward and blocked the cold wind. Yang Yi became vigilant. However, he was quite surprised to notice no further movement after the cold wind vanished. He remained silent for a while, and then continued forward. As he went further, it grew colder and colder. In the end, even he had no choice but to utilize slaughter intent and sword intent to protect himself from the cold. Crack! A clear and resounding crack suddenly came from beneath his feet. Yang Yi looked down and saw that he was walking on ice. He glanced at the surroundings before stretching his right hand forward, and then he shook it lightly. In an instant, the miasma around him was pushed away, and then he saw his surroundings clearly. A mountain covered in ice. A mountain covered in ice was in front of him. He didn't know how huge it was, and he could only see a part of it. What the heck is this place? Yang Yi remained silent for a while, and then he continued forward. He walked forward for a while before he noticed that there was no path forward. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to soar up into the air. Since there was no path forward, he intended to fly over. He flew for almost 2 hours before he finally arrived at its peak. Yang Yi was stunned when he arrived at the peak, because he noticed that there was actually no miasma here, and his vision was completely clear. He looked down and noticed that the miasma wasn't able to rise further when it almost arrived at the top of the mountain. It seemed like some sort of mysterious energy was obstructing the miasma. It was quite strange. Yang Yi's profound energy started to circulate while he became even more vigilant. Yang Yi continued forward. He walked for around an hour before he suddenly stopped. There was a platform carved out of ice standing in front of him, and an ice casket that was crystalline like snow was floating above the platform. A casket? Yang Yi was stunned. Chapter 1457 Deities Everywhere. Chapter 1457 Deities Everywhere. Needless to say, this place was growing more and more mysterious. At this place, Yang Yi had finally understood what it meant when people said that the world was huge and filled with all sorts of things. Who was inside the casket? Yang Yi was really curious, but he decided not to go look. Curiosity killed the cat. It was best to restrain his curiosity in this place. Yang Yi started walking towards the other side and stayed far away from the ice casket. Even an idiot would realize that it was definitely not normal for a casket to be here. It was better to just avoid trouble and leave as quickly as possible. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to be on the verge of going fully around the casket. However, right when he was about to get to the other side, bang! A white shadow suddenly charged out from an area in the ice that wasn't far away from Yang Yi, and then it shot towards him. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. It was extremely swift to the point that he couldn't dodge it at all, and he could only go head-on against it. Yang Yi grabbed his sword's hilt, drew it, and swung it. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then both Yang Yi and the white shadow were blasted backwards. Yang Yi moved around 3 kilometers back before he finally stopped, but the white shadow had merely moved 300 m back. The gap in their strength was obvious. At this moment, Yang Yi saw the white shadow's figure clearly. It was a huge white bear. However, unlike ordinary bears, it had a pair of pure white wings. Besides that, its tail was quite unique. The fur on it was like sharp spikes of ice, and it was quite terrifying. The white bear had a ferocious expression on his face, while a fierce gaze filled its eyes. The wings behind it were flapping lightly, and it seemed to be ready to attack at any moment. Yang Yi glanced at it and said, "I'm just passing by. Let me through, all right?" Roar. It roared with fury, and then it pounced at Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he waved his right hand. Big Blackie, Little Blackie, and Eaglet shot forward. Eaglet was the quickest, and it instantly slammed its claw at the white bear while the two celestial demon wolves were close behind Eaglet. Bang! The white bear was blasted far away under their joint forces. Moreover, even after it descended to the ground, its body still scraped against the ground as it moved around 1 more kilometer back. The white bear grew even more furious when it saw Big Blackie and the others. It raised its head and roared with fury, and it was so loud that it sounded like a thunderclap that was sweeping swiftly towards the surroundings. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, but it didn't take long for his expression to change. The white bear was calling for reinforcements. Yang Yi was about to say something when, rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumbling resounded from all around Yang Yi, and then the ground cracked apart incessantly before numerous white shadows flashed out from the ground. In just an instant, over 200 white bears had appeared around him. Yang Ye's face instantly became unsightly. Roar. The white bear in the distance roared with fury, and then all the other white bears charged at Yang Ye's group. What should I do? Yang Ye's mind was working swiftly, and it didn't take long for him to gaze at the ice platform in the distance. He didn't hesitate to flash onto Big Blackie's back, and then he said, "Head over to the ice platform." Big Blackie immediately charged towards the platform. The reason he'd chosen the ice platform was that he'd noticed all the white bears didn't dare to get close to it. They stayed very far away from it and seemed to be afraid of something. So, Yang Yi had decisively chosen to head over there, because based on the forces he possessed, it was definitely impossible for them to be a match for so many winged white bears. The white bears seemed to have been aggravated when they saw Yang Ye's group charge towards the ice platform. All of them howled madly and charged madly at Yang Ye's group. A few dozen white bears entered into a fan-shaped formation to obstruct Yang Ye's group's path. Obviously, they wanted to stop Yang Yi from approaching the ice platform. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Ye's eyes. He shot up into the sky, grabbed the hilt of his sword with his right hand, drew it, and swung it down. Oem! A sword howl resounded, and the force of the sword howl caused the ground to crack apart. At the same time, some of the white bears that led the charge were instantly stopped dead in their tracks. Two overlapped heaven wrens that were enhanced by both of Yang Ye's intents. At this moment, Yang Yi hadn't held back at all, and he'd immediately overlapped two heaven wrens, because he was very well aware that a single heaven wren wouldn't be a threat to those bears. But once they were encircled, they would definitely die. So, he couldn't hold back at all. A beam of sword energy shot through the air. Bang! The white bears at the front of the group were instantly obliterated. As for the rest of the white bears, they were blasted backwards and towards both sides. A path appeared before Yang Ye's group. Big Blackie grabbed the opportunity to leap up onto the ice platform. Once they arrived on the ice platform, the white bears that were charging at Yang Ye's group had instantly stopped moving. After that, they started howling hysterically at Yang Ye's group. All of their eyes seemed to be on the verge of cracking open from rage, and they seemed like they wished to eat Yang Ye's group's flesh. However, they didn't dare to move forward. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief because he'd made the right bet. If he'd made the wrong bet, then they would be finished. Because there were so many white bears here, even Qiongqi wouldn't be able to suppress them. After all, there were so many. There were over 200 here. Deities really were everywhere in this place. It wasn't just Yang Yi who'd heaved a sigh of relief. Big Blackie and the others had done the same. They wouldn't fear the white bears in single combat, but the white bears had the numbers. Fortunately, the white bears didn't dare to approach the ice platform. Even though they didn't dare to approach the ice platform, Yang Ye's group didn't dare to get off the ice platform as well. It was a stalemate. Yang Yi glanced at the white bears in the surroundings, and then he sat down cross-legged before withdrawing some divine crystals and absorbing the energy within them. He'd executed an overlapped heaven wren just now, and it had exhausted his profound energy. Moreover, his body felt slightly exhausted. So, he had to recover his profound energy and recuperate to his peak. Eaglet and the two demon wolves stood on guard by Yang Ye's side, and they remained vigilant at all times. Meanwhile, the white bears were still roaring in the distance. All of them were rubbing their claws together with the desire to charge forward and tear Yang Ye's group into bits. However, they seemed to be afraid of something, and they always retreated immediately after taking a few steps forward. Even then, Eaglet and the others didn't dare act carelessly and were vigilant at all times. Around an hour later, Yang Yi opened his eyes. His profound energy had been completely recovered, and his body had been completely repaired by the primordial violet energy within him. Yang Yi stood up and glanced at the white bears. All of them seemed like their eyes were about to split apart from rage, and practically all of their gazes were on him. If their gazes could kill, then Yang Yi would have lost his life a very long time ago. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, and then he turned around and gazed at the ice casket which was floating not too far above him. Obviously, the white bears didn't dare to approach the ice platform because of that casket. What was within the casket? What was it that filled such powerful demon beasts with fear? Yang Yi remained silent for an instant, and then he turned to look at the white bears. Which one of you is the leader? Roar. A huge white bear arrived not too far away from the ice platform. It was much larger than the other bears, and its fur wasn't pure white. It was white with some violet. Moreover, its aura was much stronger than the other bears. Obviously, it was the leader. Yang Yi said, "I'm not here to look for trouble with all of you, and I just want to pass through. Let me pass, and we can get along peacefully. All right?" He wasn't here to look for trouble, and his objective was the forest of darkness. So, he decided to negotiate. The white bear glared angrily at Yang Yi, while the intent to kill filled its eyes. It didn't say anything and just gazed at Yang Yi. The intent to kill? Not to mention the intent to kill from a single white bear. Even the intent to kill from 10,000 white bears would be useless against Yang Yi. His slaughter intent was at the quasi-returnal rank, so the intent to kill and any other related aura was completely useless against him. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant, and then he added, "Is it that difficult to just let us pass? I'm not even asking you to let me skin you." Actually, Yang Yi was quite infuriated right now. He'd noticed that the demon beasts within the ominous territory were extremely arrogant. So long as someone entered their territory, then it was like someone was trying to take their lives, and they would fight desperately with their lives on the line. Wasn't it better to just be a little flexible? Roar. The white bear didn't answer Yang Yi. The white bear just roared at Yang Yi, and it seemed like the white bear was asking Yang Yi to get down from there. Get off the platform? Yang Yi would naturally not do that. If he did, then he would be besieged by the white bears. Only a fool would do that. Yang Yi gazed at Eagle and said, "Tell him to let us pass, and all of us can get along peacefully. Otherwise, Yang Yi was quite embarrassed at this point, because even if the white bear refused, it didn't seem to have any way to deal with the white bear. Yang Yi paused for a moment and said, "In any case, tell him that if he doesn't let us pass through, then I'm going to act rashly." Eaglet glanced at Yang Yi, and it didn't feel like Yang Yi was joking. It knew a little about Yang Ye's temper, and it knew that Yang Ye's temper was definitely explosive. If Yang Yi said he would act rashly, then Yang Yi would definitely do it. Eaglet just didn't know how Yang Yi would do it. After all, they were in a disadvantaged situation. Eaglet turned to look at the leader of the white bears, and then it passed on Yang Ye's message. Bang! Meanwhile, the leader of the white bears slammed its claws against the ground, and then it roared at Yang Yi. Its eyes were completely red, and it was on the verge of going berserk. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, so that fellow refuses to be reasoned with. Yang Yi paid no further attention to the white bear, and he just turned to look at the ice casket. He gazed at it for a long time, and then he turned to look at the white bear before he said, "You want to force me to act rashly, huh? Then just watch me do it." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, his figure flashed onto the ice casket, and he placed his right hand on its lid. He gazed at the leader of the white bears and said, "I'll ask you one last time. Will you let us pass or not? If you refuse, then I'm going to open this." Roar, roar, roar. The white bears started roaring madly. Will you let us pass or not? Yang Ye's eyes were filled with madness, and he was exerting a little strength. The bears were still roaring. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to open the casket when the leader of the white bears roared abruptly. Its roar shocked all the roaring white bears, and then they moved aside and opened up a path. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this scene. He moved his hand away. However, crack! Yang Yi and the white bears were stunned. They seemed to have thought of something, and then their gazes simultaneously shot over to the ice casket. The lid of the ice casket slowly floated up into the air while they watched. I'm in trouble now. Yang Ye's heart shook at the sight of this, and his face became quite unsightly. Chapter 1458. My name is Little Sky. At this moment, both Yang Yi and the white bears were staring at the ice casket without even blinking. It was especially so for the white bears. They didn't even dare to breathe. The lid rose slowly into the air, and it didn't take long for a hand to emerge from within the casket. The hand was very white like snow. It didn't take long for the hand to grab the edge of the casket, and then a woman slowly sat up within the casket. She seemed around the age of 16 or 17. She wasn't very beautiful, but she was extremely pleasing to the eye. Moreover, she made others feel very close to her. Just like this very moment. As soon as Yang Yi laid eyes on her, he felt that she was very close to him, like had seen an old friend. Even Yang Yi was shocked by this absurd thought of his. The woman sat in the casket and glanced at the surroundings while a trace of bewilderment filled her eyes. It didn't take long for her to look at Yang Yi. What is this place? Her voice was very soft and fine, and it sounded very comforting. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "The ominous territory." Even though she seemed completely harmless, Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly, and he was vigilant at all times. What a joke. How could someone in the ominous territory be ordinary? In any case, he hadn't met a single ordinary person here. The ominous territory? Her beautiful brows were pressed together, and she thought for a while before she asked again, "What's the ominous territory? Has she lost her memory?" Yang Yi sized her up and said, "I don't know what it is. In any case, it's called the ominous territory." She frowned and thought for a very long time, and then she shook her head. "I can't recall anything. I think that I should have been sleeping for too long, and I forgot in my sleep." Yang Ye's face darkened. What a thought! She slept until she forgot? Meanwhile, she floated out of the casket. She wore a white and blue dress. It was quite special because it seemed a little like a cloudy blue sky. Moreover, she gave Yang Yi an extremely strange feeling. Besides that unexplainable feeling of closeness, there was another indescribable feeling. She started walking towards Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Eaglet and Big Blackie, who were standing in front of Yang Yi, had actually taken the initiative to move aside for her. Yang Ye's face grew even more solemn. It didn't take long for her to arrive in front of Yang Yi. She gazed at Yang Yi, blinked, and said, "The laws of space, the laws of speed, the laws of decay, the laws of darkness. The sword domain as well. Wow, you've actually comprehended the sword domain." Yang Yi took a deep and long glance at her. How terrifying. She was actually able to see through everything I've comprehended. How did she accomplish that? Suddenly, she got close to Yang Yi, sniffed lightly, and then frowned. A short while passed before she shook her head. Quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent. You've killed too much and have become entangled with too much karma. Even though it has allowed you to possess formidable strength, the greater the slaughter, the greater the bad karma you possess. You'll suffer retribution. Retribution? Yang Yi shook his head. It's fine so long as my conscience is clear after I kill them. I don't care about any retribution, nor do I fear it. She blinked. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand and tapped Yang Ye's chest. But it didn't take long for her to withdraw her hand. So that's why. The heart of slaughter. She paused for a moment and continued. Slaughter will only give birth to even more slaughter. Endless slaughter. Then it'll kill until the end. Yang Yi continued. It'll kill until no one dares to look for trouble with me. She gazed at him for a long time before she said, Have you heard of rebirth? Yang Yi replied, I hadn't in the past. However, I encountered a senior before this, so I heard a little about it. She nodded. If a person dies, the person will enter the cycle of reincarnation. However, you've killed too much, so it's very difficult for you to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Even if you don't enter it, you'll still suffer a terrible fate. Because those people who you killed in the past will come for you. The more you kill, the more will come for you. Of course, perhaps they have already been reborn. But everything in this world is within the cycle of karma. So, they will still come for you, one way or the other. Yang Yi shook his head and said, I believe in karma, but I believe even more in strength. If one possesses powerful strength, then all karma will be nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, he chuckled. Let's not talk about that. You feel very close to me, but we don't know each other. I'm quite curious about you. Right? Who are you? What are you doing here? For some unknown reason, his intuition told him that she wouldn't harm him. So, just like Big Blackie and the others, his vigilance towards her was gradually vanishing. My name? She blinked and thought for a long time before she shook her head. I've forgotten it. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, she added, but you can call me Little Sky. It's because I like the blue sky. Little Sky. Yang Yi sized her up. She didn't look like she was lying, and she had probably really lost her memories. Who is she? What is she doing here? Why was she able to see through me? There were many questions in Yang Yi's mind, but he was clearly unable to obtain any answers. Yang Yi didn't allow himself to linger on the questions. He thought for a moment and said, I'm heading to the forest of darkness, but these white bears refuse to let me pass. However, they seem to fear you. Can you make them leave and let me pass? Little Sky looked at the white bears when she heard him. As soon as she did that, Yang Yi watched with astonishment as the white bears suddenly laid down flat on the ground. Even the leader of the white bears did the same. Yang Yi glanced at her, and he grew even more curious about her identity. Little Sky frowned as she gazed at the bears, and she seemed to be thinking. A long time passed before she shook her head. No matter what, thank you for protecting me throughout these years. Now that I've awoken, you're all free. The body of their leader suddenly trembled when it heard Little Sky. It seemed to be excited. It suddenly crawled over to Little Sky, and then it just laid there on the ground in front of her. Yang Yi was visibly moved because it was obviously a sign of submission. The white bear was actually willing to submit to her, and it was done so willingly. However, Little Sky shook her head. She stretched out her hand to stroke the white bear's fur. The heavens gave birth to all things, and all things are equal. Go see out your own path. The white bear glanced at her, and Yang Yi noticed a trace of disappointment in its eyes. The white bear laid there for a while, and then it turned around and vanished into the distance with the other white bears. Once they left, Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Little Sky. They are very strong. They should have freedom. Little Sky spoke softly, and then she gazed at Big Blackie and the others, all of them as well. Big Blackie and the others remained silent, and then they gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he said, 5 years, stay with me for 5 years. They'll return your freedom to you after that. He knew that no matter who it was, no one wanted to have their freedom restrained forever. So, he had to give them hope to be free. 5 years weren't long to them. After all, some demon beasts slept for a few dozen years. Big Blackie and the others immediately revealed expressions of gratitude when they heard him. Actually, they weren't very hopeful, but they hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually agree. 5 years really weren't long for them. However, whether they could live for 5 years was a huge challenge while they stayed by Yang Yi's side. Moreover, to be honest, they didn't really want to leave, because the spirit energy within the primordial pagoda was too pure. In short, they weren't very against staying with Yang Yi anymore. Of course, it was better if they could gain their freedom. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he gazed at Little Sky. Miss Little Sky, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be bidding my farewells. Little Sky smiled. Let's go together. Huh? Yang Yi was stunned. She added, let's go together. Yang Yi gulped. You want to go with me? She nodded. I've lost my memories, so I don't know who I am. You're the first person I've met, so I'm naturally going with you. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, Miss Little Sky, I'm going to a very dangerous place. It's extremely dangerous. So, it's best if you don't come. He naturally didn't dare to let her come with him. Her background was unknown, and she was very mysterious. If he let her come, then he wouldn't be able to rest at ease. Even though he felt very close to her, and she felt very kind, it was exactly why he couldn't rest at ease. Because it was too strange, she replied. But isn't leaving me here even more dangerous for me? Yang Yi said, Miss Little Sky, you must be joking. Not to mention this place, your strength is probably sufficient to head to the other side of Yellow Springs River. Even though he couldn't discern her strength, he had no doubt that she was definitely very strong. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to see through his ability. Strength? She shook her head. I don't know how to fight. You don't? Yang Yi was stunned. What are you trying to say? She replied, I don't know how to fight. Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, she added, just let me stay with you, all right? I'll leave once I regain my memories, all right? Yang Yi hurriedly shook his head. No, absolutely not. Miss Little Sky, I'm not joking. I'm leaving. Yang Yi's figure flashed onto Big Blackie once he finished speaking. The latter glanced at Little Sky, and then it transformed into a ray of dark light that vanished into the distance. Little Blackie and Eaglet hurriedly followed after them. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief after some time passed. Right when he thought that they'd left her behind, Big Blackie suddenly stopped, because a person had appeared not too far ahead of them, and it was none other than Little Sky. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She grinned and said, While I don't know how to fight, I'm very fast when it comes to running. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time before he said, What exactly do you want? She replied, I want to go in. Yang Yi frowned. In? In where? Little Sky suddenly floated over to Yang Yi, and then she pointed at his chest and grinned. That world inside your body? The primordial pagoda. Yang Yi's hairs stood on end. She actually knows about the world within me? She can detect the primordial pagoda? Chapter 1459 Little Sky Continent. At this moment, Yang Yi was beyond shocked, because he hadn't expected Little Sky to actually be aware that there was another world within him. Or to be more precise, it wasn't within him, but within the primordial pagoda. Since she knew about it, then it represented that she knew about the primordial pagoda? Yang Yi gazed at her for a very long time before he asked, How did you know? Little Sky replied, I saw it. Yang Yi asked, How did you see it? She spoke as a matter of course, I just saw it. Yang Yi's face was dark. Why can you see it while others can't? She blinked and replied with a question. Why can't others see it? Yang Yi's face twitched. Can we even talk properly? Meanwhile, she suddenly said, Actually, I'm really curious as well. You actually have a world within your body, and it has no laws, no heaven Tao, or cycle of reincarnation. It's really amazing. Let me go inside and have a look, all right? I'm really curious about it. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he said, You can go in, but you have to answer a question of mine. She was quite excited. Hurry up and ask me. Yang Yi thought for a moment and asked, Is there someone behind me? She blinked and looked behind Yang Yi. A short while passed before she looked back at him. Can't you see it? Yang Yi clenched his hands slowly. She's still there. Meanwhile, Little Sky spoke softly. Right? You shouldn't be able to see her. Yang Yi was very puzzled. Why? Little Sky spoke softly. Only two types of people in this world are able to see her. The first are the dead, those that are completely dead. As for the other type, Yang Yi said, People like you? Little Sky suddenly said, Did I tell you that I'm a person? Yang Yi was astounded. You're not human? She replied, Yes. Then what are you? She blinked. I don't know. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. It's impossible to talk with her. Yang Yi shook his head and said, What's the other type of person? She replied, Those who are extremely strong. Isn't that obvious? Yang Yi rolled his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, Since you can see her, didn't she act against you? The mysterious woman had killed anyone who noticed her presence, but she hadn't acted against Little Sky, and it made Yang Yi very curious. Little Sky was puzzled. Why should she? Yang Yi didn't know what to say. Little Sky asked, "Can I go in now?" Yang Yi glanced at her and asked, "Since you can see her, can you help me ask her why she's following me and what she wants?" Little Sky looked behind Yang Yi. It didn't take long for her to look once more at Yang Yi, and then she shook her head. She refuses to say. Yang Yi fell silent for a while, and then he asked, "Do you know anything about her origins?" Little Sky nodded. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "What is it?" Little Sky hurriedly shook her head. "I can't say." Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Little Sky replied, "Because she threatened me." "She threatened you?" Yang Yi was astounded. "How did she threaten you?" Little Sky glanced at him and spoke softly. "She said that she'll kill you if I tell you." Yang Yi felt speechless. Little Sky asked softly, "Do you still want to know?" The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. "Do I? Of course I don't." At this moment, Yang Yi felt quite lucky, because it proved that she didn't want him to see her, and she didn't want him to know about her origins. If Head utilized the sword domain to detect her presence, then he would have definitely been in trouble. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he said, "One last question. Why do you know about her origins? Didn't you lose your memories?" "I have," she continued. "Why do I know about her even after I lost my memories? I even know about your origins. You're Yang Yi, and you are from a place called Profounder Continent. You." Yang Yi's eyes opened wide. "Why? Why do you know all of that?" She spoke as a matter of course. "I know because I want to know." His face stiffened. "You know because you want to?" At this moment, the shock Yang Yi felt was at an extreme. After all, it was extremely strange and mysterious that Little Sky knew where he was from. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he said, "Do you have some sort of ability that allows you to gain information about someone's past if you desire it?" She blinked and said, "It seems to be like that. I was very curious about you just now, so I really wanted to know who you are, and then information about you appeared in my mind. However, they were all in bits. For example, where you're from, your name, and what you've done. But it isn't complete. All of them are just bits and pieces. I want to find out more, but it makes my mind quite uncomfortable." Yang Yi took a deep breath. That's an absolutely heaven-defying ability. No, even that word can't fully describe how terrifying it is. Little Sky said, "Actually, based on your fate, you shouldn't have been able to survive until now. However, you have. If your fate had changed, then it would make sense. But the problem is that it hasn't. You are still cursed by the heavens. People with such fate are usually unable to live past their 18th birthday." Cursed by the heavens? What's that? Yang Yi frowned. He wasn't able to understand a lot of things that she spoke about. Little Sky replied, "Fate and rebirth are things that you'll come into contact with in the future." Yang Yi asked, "Then do you know why I've been able to live until now?" She thought for a long time before she said, "It might be related to your character." "My character?" he asked. "What do you mean?" Little Sky replied, "Nothing is absolute in the world. Hopeless situations and difficulties may be able to crush a person, but it might build up a person as well. You know, a very, very long time ago, the human race was the weakest in the universe. Regardless of whether it was the demon race or other races, all of them were much stronger than the human race. However, the human race constantly strived to grow stronger. Not only did it avoid vanishing from the universe, it created its own system of cultivation and civilization, and it became one of the strongest species in the universe." She gazed at Yang Yi when she spoke up to this point and continued, "Your fate made you suffer all sorts of hardships, but you faced them all and created your own path. So, not only did your fate not become a burden to you, it helped you grow instead." Yang Yi smiled. "So I should thank it?" Little Sky grinned. "I can see that you don't believe in vague and ethereal things like fate, but it does make sense. It's something that affects those who believe it, and while it still affects those who don't believe in it, so long as you don't believe in it, then it's actually equivalent to being non-existent. In short, the strong take control of their own destiny." Yang Yi smiled. "I agree with that. Regardless of how great a person's fate is, if that person doesn't possess strength, then that person may still lose his or her life. So, I only believe in my own hands. Miss Little Sky, since you want to go in and have a look, then go in. Actually, she was too mysterious and strange, so he didn't want to have anything to do with her. However, if he thought about it from another angle, it wasn't disadvantageous to be friends with her. There were two reasons why Head allowed her to enter the primordial pagoda. Firstly, it was because she knew about it. Secondly, he wasn't afraid of her entering it. If she didn't know about the primordial pagoda, then he would definitely not expose it. But the problem was that she knew. Since she knew about the world within him, it wasn't a problem to let her have a look at it. In any case, unless he led her to the other levels, she wouldn't even be able to find the entrance to them. Actually, there was one last reason. It was because he was confident in the primordial pagoda. She was very mysterious and strong. However, could she be more mysterious and stronger than the primordial pagoda? Could she do anything once she got in there? Absolutely not. However, this incident allowed Yang Yi to realize that he had to be even more careful in the future. The world was huge, and there were countless capable people in it. The slightest mistake might cause something similar to happen and expose the primordial pagoda's existence within him. As soon as she heard him, a brilliant smile appeared on her face, and then she transformed into a ray of white light that surged towards Yang Yi's chest. However, bang! She had only just come into contact with Yang Yi's chest when she was instantly blasted backwards. Yang Yi was stunned. He hadn't expected the primordial pagoda to refuse her entry. Why? Did the primordial pagoda fear her? That was impossible. After all, the primordial pagoda would have given him a warning if it did fear her. Little Sky blinked, and there was a similar trace of bewilderment in her eyes. Why can't I go in? Yang Yi replied, it might be rejecting you. Little Sky asked, why? Yang Yi shook his head. I'd like to know too. Can you make it not reject me? Little Sky walked over to Yang Yi and spoke softly. Please, I want to have a look. Yang Yi was put in quite a difficult position. He knew that the primordial pagoda definitely had a reason for denying her entry. In any case, the primordial pagoda wouldn't harm him, but Head promised her that he would let her in to have a look. So, it wasn't good to go back on his word right now. Yang Yi thought for a while and said, let me talk with it. I can't do anything if it insists on refusing. She hurriedly nodded. All right. Yang Yi closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his body. A long time passed before he opened his eyes. Try again. She nodded, and then she transformed into a ray of white light that surged towards Yang Yi's chest. This time, the primordial pagoda didn't stop her, and she entered the world in the once level of the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi immersed his consciousness into his body. In the world within the once level, Little Sky was ceaselessly scanning the surroundings, and her eyes were filled with curiosity, excitement, and a trace of nervousness. After looking around for a long time, she suddenly spoke happily. No slaughter, no war, no fighting, and no heaven Tao. It's quiet, and everything is beautiful. Perfect. They'll stay here from now on, and this place will be called Little Sky Continent from now on. Yang Yi was at a loss for words when he heard this. Chapter 1460 Swinging a Casket. Little Sky Continent? Yang Yi's face was completely dark. What the heck? She's trying to take over this place? Yang Yi's clone appeared before Little Sky, and he spoke very seriously. This is my world. She blinked and grinned. I know, but what does that have to do with anything? I'm not taking it from you. I'm just staying here. Yang Yi spoke tactfully. That isn't very good. Don't you think so too? Even though she seemed harmless, let her stay here? If Yang Yi were to be honest, he couldn't rest at ease if she was allowed to stay. Little Sky spoke seriously. I think it's very good. Yang Yi's face was quite unsightly. Is she really stupid? Or is she naive? Doesn't she understand what I'm trying to say? Or perhaps she's feigning ignorance. Yang Yi shook his head and said, Miss Little Sky, I'll just be frank. Your origins are unknown, so I don't trust you. Thus, I can't let you stay here. Had spoken absolutely frankly and clearly. Oh. She nodded and dragged it out. When she was about to finish, she suddenly looked up at Yang Yi and said, That's easy. Don't you just have to trust me? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Little Sky walked over to Yang Yi with her hands behind her back, and then she bowed slightly and smiled. I understand that trust between humans is mutual. Don't worry, I won't make you trust me for nothing. We'll trust you too. From today onwards, we'll trust each other. Just like, right, just like the friends that you humans speak about. We'll be friends from now on. Yang Yi glanced at her. If she was feigning ignorance or putting on an act, then he had to admit that she was absolutely unmatched. However, everything she said and did seemed sincere. At the very least, that was what he felt. Simply speaking, he felt that Little Sky wasn't feigning ignorance, and she really did think like that. At this moment, Yang Yi didn't really know what to do. Had never met someone like Little Sky. Should he be forceful? Should he tell her to fuck off? Even though she said that she didn't know how to fight, who knew if it was true? Moreover, she seemed very sincere. It would have been much easier to deal with if she had a bad attitude and tried to be forceful, but it just so happened that her attitude was very good. Moreover, Yang Yi was one who gave in to persuasion and rejected coercion. If someone respected him, then he would respect them. If someone disrespected him, then he would kill them. Little Sky paid no further attention to Yang Yi. She just laid down in front of him, closed her eyes, and greedily sucked in the pure spirit energy and air in the surroundings. She really likes it here. Yang Yi glanced at her. He could sense that she really liked it here. Meanwhile, Little Sky opened her eyes and gazed at him. This place is really nice. There's no fighting, interests, heaven Tao, desire. Everything is so fresh. I want to stay here forever and never go out. All right. Yang Yi asked, you really hate the outside world. Little Sky floated up and nodded. Amongst all the species in the universe, the human race is the greediest. In the beginning, they constantly strived to grow stronger, and they created cultivation systems and civilizations. But in the end, they became invasive. They invaded other species and enslaved them. They seized everything in the world. World after world was destroyed because of them. They know how to create, but they're even better at destroying. Actually, it isn't just the human race, right? Yang Yi said, I admit that everything you said is true. However, besides the human race, do the other races love peace? The others are the same. Little Sky spoke softly. So, I hate the outside world. The outside world is covered in blood, and it's filled with an aura of evil. I absolutely hate it. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he said, if you like this place, then stay here. Actually, so long as she was within the primordial pagoda, then he had no need to fear that she would try anything. Even though the primordial pagoda had refused to let her in just now, after he tried to talk with it, the primordial pagoda had allowed her entry. Obviously, the primordial pagoda felt that she wasn't dangerous too. Otherwise, even if he tried to talk to it, the primordial pagoda would have definitely refused. Actually, what he couldn't figure out was why the primordial pagoda had refused her entry in the first place. Head asked, but he didn't get an answer. Meanwhile, Little Sky suddenly walked over to Yang Yi, and she stretched out her hand and tapped it against his chest. You know, I can sense your kindness. However, your kindness has been concealed. But that's fine. He'll be by your side to slowly teach you how to be a good person. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked over to the ancient Emperor Python, and a wisp of pity flashed through her eyes when she saw the miserable state it was in. She was about to stretch out her hand to touch it when Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of her, and then he pulled her back. It's very dangerous. Little Sky shook her head. It's fine. It won't bite me. As she spoke, she floated over to the python. Meanwhile, the python opened its eyes and gazed at her. It didn't take long for viciousness to appear in its eyes, but it only took a moment for Yang Yi to see it vanish. The viciousness in its eyes was replaced by a trace of curiosity. Little Sky rubbed his head gently, and then turned to look at Yang Yi. Can you release it? Yang Yi shook his head decisively. If the python had let him pass, then he would have naturally not looked for trouble with it. However, it hadn't. It had almost eaten him instead. So, how could he possibly just let it go? To be honest, if it wasn't for its strength, he would have chopped it into pieces and fed it to Big Blackie and the others. Little Sky spoke softly while she shot him a slightly pleading gaze. It's very pitiable. Yang Yi spoke indifferently and wasn't convinced. It almost ate me. Little Sky fell silent for a long time, and then she said, let it submit to you for 5 years like the others. Set it free after that, all right? Yang Yi glanced at her and said, if you can make it submit, then I'm willing to return its freedom to it in 5 years. All right. She nodded, and then she turned to look at the python. 5 years. 5 years are just an instant for you. So, follow him for 5 years, all right? The python glanced at Yang Yi, and then it glanced at Little Sky before it nodded in the end. Yang Yi took a deep and long glance at Little Sky because she really was too mysterious. He naturally knew that the python had only agreed because of her. Who exactly is she? Why do all demon beasts give her so much face? Yang Yi didn't ask her these questions because he wouldn't get an answer. No matter what, she could be considered to have helped him tremendously. Now that he had the python's help, his chances of getting to the Forest of Darkness was much greater. After all, it was a peerlessly ferocious beast, especially when it wasn't imprisoned anymore. Little Sky patted its head gently, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Go on with your business. I'm going to walk around in here. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure started floating off into the distance, and it didn't take long for her to vanish from his vision. Yang Yi remained silent for a while, and then he vanished on the spot. So long as she was within the primordial pagoda, then he could find her at any time. It could be said that every single move she made was beneath his watch. So, he wasn't afraid that she would play tricks on him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi opened his eyes in the outside world. He gazed at the casket that Little Sky had been in. He hesitated for a moment, and then he walked over to it and touched it. It was icy cold. The ice casket seemed like it was made of ice. Actually, it really was made of ice, but the ice wasn't normal. What was unusual about it? In the beginning, Yang Yi couldn't pinpoint it as well, but it didn't take long for him to notice it, because when he tried to move the floating casket, he was shocked to realize that it would actually not move at all. Yang Yi started to exert more strength. However, it still refused to move at all. How strong was his physical strength? It was at the peak of the epic realm. It could be said that he could even move a huge mountain. But at this moment, he couldn't even move this tiny ice casket that floated in front of him. So, how heavy was it? Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he withdrew Heaven's gravestone before swinging it against the casket. Bang! Heaven's gravestone shook violently while Yang Yi was blasted over 5 kilometers away. Moreover, the blood-red glow on Heaven's gravestone had actually dimmed down slightly. However, there wasn't even a mark on the casket. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he flipped his palm. Heaven's gravestone was exchanged for the sword precursor, and then he went over to the ice casket and swung his sword at it. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away again. This time, he hadn't held back and had used his full strength. That was exactly why the recoil was too huge, and it caused his entire right arm to feel numb. However, he paid no attention to his right arm, and he gazed at the ice casket. There was a fine mark on the casket. Yang Yi nodded slightly at the sight of this. If even the sword precursor couldn't harm the ice casket, then it would be absolutely terrifying. However, it was still terrifying because the sword precursor had only been able to leave a mark on it. Moreover, the mark was exceptionally faint. The ice casket was beyond strong. However, the ice casket suddenly trembled, and then the mark on it vanished. It just vanished like that without making a sound, and it seemed like the mark had never been there. Yang Yi's face became extremely solemn. Because the ice casket wasn't just solid, it had the ability to repair itself. That was absolutely terrifying. At this moment, Yang Yi realized how laughable he had been when he used the ice casket to threaten the white bears. It could be said that even if he struck it, he wouldn't have been able to damage it. It didn't take long for a smile to curl up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Because the casket belonged to Little Sky, and she was within the primordial pagoda. Simply speaking, the casket was his now. Once his physical strength improved to a sufficient level, the ice casket would be extremely helpful. It could be used to defend himself, and to slam it against others. If he used it defensively, then even the sword precursor could only create a faint mark on it. If he hid within it at the critical moment in a battle, could anyone break it open? As for swinging it at others, the casket was so heavy, so even the body of the rock titans at Rock Mountain would be deformed after suffering a hit from the ice casket. It was an absolute treasure. Chapter 1461 Spirit Village. Chapter 1461 Spirit Village. Even though the casket was a treasure, he couldn't use it. Because his physical strength was still too weak, he couldn't lift the casket. But it was fine because he felt that so long as he cultivated the undying elemental body technique and improved his body to the undying realm, then his physical strength would definitely be sufficient to use the ice casket. Based on its weight and strength, it would definitely be sufficient for him to use for at least 10 years. Because he couldn't move it, Yang Yi asked Little Sky to help him. Once she found out that he wanted it, she acted very generously and gave it to him, and she even helped him move it into the primordial pagoda. The favorable impression Yang Yi had of Little Sky instantly skyrocketed. What a nice person. Yang Yi really was grateful, because the ice casket was definitely an extraordinary treasure, but Little Sky had been so generous and given it to him without even a moment's hesitation. She was a really nice person. It could be considered as being repaid for doing good. Earlier, if he became enemies with Little Sky, then not to mention anything else that might happen, he would definitely be unable to obtain the ice casket. After the ice casket was within the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi continued forward. According to his estimations, he would be arriving at the Forest of Darkness soon. The Spring of Life. The objective he'd entered the ominous territory with was the Spring of Life. Once he got it, he could relax for some time. If he couldn't get it, then he would be in big trouble. Even though he'd lost lifespan in the past, it hadn't been very serious. He had time to advance in his cultivation, but this time, he'd utilized the Stellar Sword diagram right after he attained the Voider Realm. Moreover, he'd lost too much lifespan at once. That made him utterly unable to rely on cultivating to improve his strength and advance to a higher realm of cultivation. He'd just advanced to the Voider Realm yet, had to advance to the semi-deity realm. It was absolutely impossible to accomplish something so heaven-defying, even if he had the primordial pagoda. After all, cultivating wasn't like eating. An advancement couldn't be accomplished just because he wanted it. Even though the ancient Emperor Python had joined his side, Yang Yi still didn't dare to act carelessly. This place was very mysterious, and the people or demon beasts he encountered here were either too strong or too mysterious. Even the slightest carelessness might result in suffering calamity. After walking for around 4 hours, Yang Yi finally left the ice mountain. Perhaps it was because of Little Sky, but he hadn't encountered any danger all along the way. He'd encountered a few white bears along the way, but they just glared angrily at him and didn't attack. Once he left the ice mountain, the miasma appeared once more, and it was even thicker than before. Miasma. Needless to say, it was an extremely detestable thing. He believed that the miasma played a huge role in why many humans hadn't been able to return from the ominous territory. The miasma could obstruct vision and divine sense. So, it created a huge problem for the experts that entered the ominous territory, especially those who frequently relied on their divine sense. They would truly become blind and deaf when they came here. However, the miasma didn't affect demon beasts here too severely, because they'd grown up here, so they were used to it. Thus, the humans were at a complete disadvantage here. Of course, even if the miasma was gone, the humans wouldn't be able to gain an advantage here. All the demon beasts here were extremely strong, and every one of them was stranger than the last. Actually, as far as Yang Yi was concerned, even the so-called large world may not be as terrifying as this place. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and sped up. No matter how terrifying this place was, he still had to go forward. After walking for a long time, Yang Yi suddenly noticed that the miasma here was actually growing fainter, so Yang Yi sped up. After walking around an hour more, Yang Yi noticed the miasma in the surroundings had actually become almost indistinct. At the same time, a small village had appeared not too far ahead. The village was built against a mountain, and it only had over a dozen houses. Moreover, the houses were spread far apart like there were misunderstandings between the owners. Besides that, the houses seemed very old. A village. Yang Yi frowned because it was very unusual for a village to appear here. Should I go in? Of course I shouldn't. Curiosity killed the cat. He didn't want to court death and bring trouble upon himself. However, right when Yang Yi was about to go around, a hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Yang Ye's expression changed slightly. He stopped but didn't turn around. He pondered deeply for a few moments, and then he asked, "What?" He received no reply. Yang Yi frowned and continued forward on his path to go around the village. However, the palms suddenly pressed down, and a mysterious force instantly descended upon him, causing him to be unable to move another step forward. Yang Yi shook his head. "Come on. Is it that difficult to say something?" Meanwhile, the hand on his shoulder suddenly raised its index finger, and it pointed at the small village. Yang Yi understood that the mysterious woman wanted him to enter the village. She has been following me so that I would enter the village? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Can I refuse to go in?" His intuition told him that nothing good would come of going inside the village. She didn't speak, but she waved her finger slightly. Obviously, she was saying no. Yang Yi asked, "Is it dangerous?" She didn't answer, nor did her finger move. So, it meant that it was dangerous. Yang Yi fell silent, and the woman didn't urge him forward. However, every single time he wanted to walk, so long as it wasn't in the direction of the village, then she would immediately stop him and immobilize him. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "What do you want me to do there? Can you tell me in detail?" She didn't answer him. Suddenly, Yang Yi turned around. He was extremely swift, but there was no one behind him when he turned around. However, the strange thing was that the woman's hand was still on his shoulder. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "What exactly do you want me to do in there?" He received no answer. Yang Yi shook his head. "I won't go in unless you tell me everything." After all, if it was a trap, then wouldn't he be walking into it? She didn't say anything, and her hand just remained on his shoulder. Yang Yi fell silent. He had the desire to attack. However, he was very well aware that it was very likely that he lost. She was too mysterious. If he couldn't kill her with a single strike, then she would definitely become his nightmare. Because if she hid in the shadows and launched a surprise attack on him, then he would be absolutely incapable of defending himself against it, especially when he couldn't rashly activate the sword domain. Bad luck. Absolutely bad luck. Needless to say, meeting her was absolute bad luck. He couldn't fight her, nor could he flee. Even he didn't really know what to do. After standing there for a long time, the mysterious woman's hand suddenly moved to his back, and then it started to move around on his back. She was writing. A short while passed before her hand stopped, and Yang Yi understood what she wanted. Help. She'd written that on his back. Yang Yi wasn't surprised because she'd definitely been following him for a reason, but he didn't know her. So, she was obviously seeking help from him. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant and asked, "Help you with what?" Her hand started moving again. However, she wrote the same thing. "Help?" Yang Yi asked, "Will you stop following me if I help?" She wrote a single word on his back. "Yes." Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he said, "Fine, I'll help you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and started walking towards the village. Actually, he didn't want to help. Why? His intuition told him that it would be that easy. But he had no other choice. He had to help even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, she would definitely not let him leave. And it just so happened that he was helpless against her. That made him feel quite depressed. Yang Yi walked step by step towards the village. The village felt similar to that woman. Mysterious. There weren't any signs of life within the village, nor were there any sounds coming from the village. It was a scene of complete desolation. In short, the more he looked at it, the more off it felt. If he was in the outside world, he would have nothing to fear. However, this was the ominous territory. Deities were everywhere in this place. As he got closer and closer to the village, Yang Ye's profound energy started to surge while a vigilant expression crept up on his face. At this moment, he'd used the sword domain to conceal himself. Even then, he still didn't dare to act carelessly. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at the entrance of the village. Spirit Village. The characters were written above the entrance. Spirit Village? Yang Yi frowned, and then he continued forward. As soon as he entered the village, a gust of cold wind assaulted him. Even though it was cold, it didn't affect Yang Yi much. However, the arrival of the cold wind was too much of a coincidence. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly as he continued forward. The path was completely silent and without any cold wind. However, Yang Yi sensed a strand of ghastly coldness. Because there was no miasma here, Yang Yi slowly released his divine sense. It didn't take long for it to sweep through the houses. In the end, he noticed that they were empty. An empty village? Yang Yi frowned. Suddenly, the mysterious woman placed her palm on his shoulder, and then she lifted a finger and pointed ahead. Obviously, she wanted him to continue forward. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and then he continued forward. All along the way, he ceaselessly scanned the houses with his divine sense. However, he didn't notice any person or demon beast. At this moment, he was certain that this village was empty. At this moment, he was really quite curious. He was curious about what she wanted him to help with. He had no doubt about her strength. If she wasn't strong, then it would have been impossible for her to survive in the ominous territory. However, since her strength was so terrifying, then why did she need his help? Yang Yi couldn't figure that out no matter how he racked his brains. But it couldn't be helped because she couldn't talk to him. Or it should be said that she merely wanted him to continue forward, and she refused to tell him anything else. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to walk out of the village under her guidance, and he started walking towards the mountain behind the village. During this period, Yang Yi had tried to ask her what she wanted him to do. However, he received no answer. So, he had no other choice but to continue forward. After walking for a while, Yang Yi suddenly stopped, and then he looked up into the distance while disbelief filled his eyes. What the heck is all of that? Chapter 1462. The present enjoys, and the future suffers. Many figures were hanging from a mountain wall, not too far ahead from Yang Yi. There were both men and women of all ages, and there were around 100 of them. All of them wore snow-white robes. The mountain wall behind them was densely covered in symbols that formed a circle, and all the figures were within that circle. The symbols were spinning according to a certain pattern, and threads of dark brown energy were surging incessantly towards the people within the circle. Yang Yi noticed that their eyes were closed. They weren't dead and seemed to be in deep sleep. Who are they? Why are they trapped here? Yang Yi frowned. Suddenly, the palm on his shoulder moved to his back, and then it started to move. Save. She had merely written a single word, and it was save. Yang Yi gazed at the symbols and fell silent. Save them? It's absolutely not that simple. If it was just that, then based on the strength she possesses, she probably wouldn't need my help. But she wants my help. That's very unusual. Suddenly, the woman's hand started to move on his back again. Please. This time, she wrote a single word as well, and it was please. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he flicked a strand of sword energy towards the circle of symbols. However, as soon as it arrived around 10 m from the symbols, the circle started to revolve swiftly, and then a beam of light suddenly surged out from it. The beam of light was extremely swift and instantly slammed against Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! The sword energy shattered, but the beam of light hadn't vanished and instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he slammed his fist forward. However, as soon as he did, the circle of symbols suddenly started spinning rapidly, and then numerous beams of light rained down upon Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed, and his quasi-returnal rank sword intent and slaughter intent surged out from his body before slamming against the beams of light. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was pushed backwards repeatedly. In an instant, Yang Yi had been pushed back into the village. As soon as he stopped himself, his expression changed once more because he noticed to his astonishment that a dense expanse of symbols, which looked like the symbols on the mountain wall, had suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Yang Yi swept them with his divine sense, and he noticed that the ground of the entire village was covered in such symbols. Yang Yi thought to himself, crap. Sure enough, the symbols beneath his feet and the symbols on the distant mountain wall started to spin madly. A moment later, countless beams of light shot out from the mountain wall. At the same time, countless beams of light shot out from the ground throughout the village. The beams of light shot up into the air and lit up the entire sky. The beams of light had surged out continuously for around an hour before they gradually vanished, and another hour passed before the symbols were back to spinning at their initial speed. At this moment, an ice casket had appeared at the center of Spirit Village. A short while passed before the lid was slowly opened, and then Yang Yi sat up within it. Yang Yi couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that the beams of light had vanished. After all, had almost died just now. Those beams of light were extremely powerful. Every single one was on par with an attack that carried the full strength of a deity. If he hadn't told Little Sky to bring out the casket at the critical moment, then he would have definitely been blasted into bits. What formation is that? It's that terrifying? Even though he was very curious, Yang Yi didn't have the time to think about that. Yang Yi made Little Sky put the ice casket back into the primordial pagoda, and then he turned around and walked away. However, right when he was about to leave Spirit Village, the hand appeared on his shoulder again and refused to let him leave. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, I'm sure you saw that. I can't resist that formation at all. So, I'm sorry. Even though I want to help you save them, I'm really helpless. The hand moved to his back and started to write. You can. Those were the words that Shed written. Are you kidding? Yang Yi was quite annoyed. You saw that. I was almost blasted into bits. Please, big sis, please go find someone else, all right? I'm really unable to help with this. Being generous and helping others depended on the situation. This matter had clearly exceeded his ability. If it wasn't for the ice casket, he would have definitely died. However, it allowed him to determine that the ice casket was much stronger than had imagined, because it was actually fine after being struck by that many beams of light. It really was an extraordinary treasure. A short moment of silence ensued before the woman's palm started moving on Yang Yi's back again. This time, it was more words. You'll be compensated. They'll be compensated? Yang Yi was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected her to actually start trying to tempt him. He thought for a moment and shook his head. Compensation had nothing to do with it. I'm serious. If it was within my ability, then I would even help you for free. However, it has exceeded the scope of my ability. Right? What is the compensation you spoke of? I'm just asking. Meanwhile, her hands started to move again. Yang Yi's face gradually became solemn, because she said that the compensation was even better than his ice casket. It's even better? Needless to say, Yang Yi was quite tempted. Had personally witnessed how formidable the ice casket was, but Shed actually said that the compensation she was willing to give him was even better. So, didn't that mean that the treasure was comparable to the sword precursor? After all, the ice casket was only slightly inferior to the sword precursor, a treasure that surpasses the known ranks of quality. Yang Yi was really tempted. However, the formation was too terrifying. Yang Yi thought for a long time, and then he shook his head in the end. While the treasure was great, he needed to be alive to enjoy it. The formation was clearly left behind by an extraordinary expert, and based on his current strength, even two overlapped heaven rends may not be able to destroy it. Most importantly, the formation extended throughout the surroundings. So, once he attacked, the entire formation would be activated. Suddenly, the hand released Yang Yi's shoulder. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief because she seemed to have given up. Suddenly, a pearl appeared in front of him, and then Yang Yi hadn't even been able to see it clearly before the tiny vortex within him spun and instantly sucked it into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi was stunned. Yang Yi immersed his consciousness into his body. Had just entered the primordial pagoda when he saw Little Sky, and the pearl was floating in front of her. Yang Yi glanced at Little Sky, who was carefully observing the pearl, and then his gaze descended onto it. The pearl was only fist-sized, and pure white energy was flowing on it. It seemed like a luminescent pearl of the mortal world, and based on its outer appearance, there was nothing special about it. However, even the primordial pagoda hadn't hesitated to seize it, So could it be ordinary? Yang Yi asked. What is that? A spirit pearl. She gazed at Yang Yi. Where did you get it? It's an absolute treasure. Yang Yi hurriedly asked. It is? What can it do? Little Sky asked. You've heard of spirit veins, right? Yang Yi nodded. Of course. She asked another question. Then do you know what's the best spirit vein? Divine grade spirit veins? Asked Yang Yi. That was the best spirit vein he knew of. She shook her head. No, it's the spirit pearl. Yang Yi was astounded. That's a spirit vein? She nodded. It isn't an ordinary spirit vein. It's a spirit pearl. Moreover, it isn't an ordinary spirit pearl. I've taken a look at it, and it possesses spirit energy equivalent to the spirit energy within an entire large world. An entire large world? Yang Yi suddenly interrupted her. Are you joking? Such a small pearl possesses the spirit energy of an entire large world? She thought for a moment and added, it might be even more. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Little Sky continued, do you know how precious spirit energy is? Especially once you attain the deity realm. You'll need a tremendous amount of spirit energy to complete an advancement, and it's worse for the realms above the deity realm. Every single advancement requires the spirit energy of a few dozen worlds. That's why everyone is fighting to seize worlds. Because the more worlds they have, the greater their chances are to succeed at an advancement in their cultivation. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, now that you have this pearl, you don't have to worry about spirit energy for a very, very long time. Spirit energy? Yang Yi was rather disappointed. He didn't really care about spirit energy, and he cared more about things like the sword precursor and ice casket that could improve his strength. Little Sky seemed to know what Yang Yi was thinking and added, you know, even the combined value of that sword of yours and the casket can't compare to this pearl. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Little Sky grinned. You have no idea how much spirit energy you'll need. In the future, spirit energy will be your foundation. It'll be your life. Yang Yi replied, isn't there a lot of spirit energy? There is. Little Sky's face suddenly dimmed down. But no matter how much there is, it can't endure being madly seized by the humans and other races. Your human race and all the other races only know how to take. Once this world is empty, you go to the next world. Moreover, spirit energy isn't endless, and the day will come when it vanishes. She gazed at Yang Yi and said, have you seen what happens to worlds without spirit energy? Yang Yi glanced at her and asked, didn't you lose your memories? She nodded. But there are many things that just suddenly appear in my mind. Yang Yi felt speechless. A world without spirit energy is like a desert. It's very desolate and sad. She spoke softly. The present enjoys, and the future suffers. Yang Yi glanced at her. This little girl seems to pity the state of the universe. Meanwhile, she pushed the pearl to Yang Yi and said, take good care of it. It's your fortune. This pearl doesn't just possess spirit energy, and it has many other uses. You'll slowly discover them in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around, placed her hands behind her back, and floated off into the distance. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Yang Yi opened his eyes in the outside world because the woman's hand had descended onto his shoulder again. Moreover, she had pushed him lightly. Obviously, she was telling him to hurry up and save them. Yang Yi's face became quite unsightly because he noticed that he was actually unable to withdraw the pearl from within the primordial pagoda. The primordial pagoda was afraid that he would return it to her. So, he had a problem now. The primordial pagoda had taken the pearl, yet he had to do the saving. Chapter 1463 Kindness is a Mistake. Chapter 1463 Kindness is a mistake. He had to save them. That was a huge problem. If it was before the pearl, then he could have chosen to refuse. Yet now, he had to save them no matter what. After all, the primordial pagoda had taken her pearl. But the problem was, how would he save them? Once the formation was activated, he would be blasted into bits before he even got close to the wall. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant, and then he said, let me think of a way, all right? As soon as he finished speaking, She immediately released her grip on his shoulder. Obviously, she was willing to give him time. Yang Yi immersed his consciousness into his body, and then he started talking with the primordial pagoda. Brother, you've taken her pearl, so you can't just stand by idly. Think of a way to help her. The primordial pagoda didn't answer. Yang Ye's face darkened, and then he said, You can do nothing if you want. Just return the pearl to her. Then we don't have to do anything. He still received no reply. Yang Yi tried to take the pearl. However, it just wouldn't come out of the primordial pagoda. Obviously, the primordial pagoda did it. Yang Ye's face was quite unsightly. This fellow took the compensation but refuses to do anything. How shameless. No matter what he tried, the primordial pagoda refused to answer him. In the end, Yang Yi had no choice but to give up on gaining help from the primordial pagoda, and he went to look for Little Sky. She gazed at the symbols for a long time, and then she spoke seriously. You should be able to destroy it once you attain the deity realm. As soon as she finished speaking, she ran back into the primordial pagoda. Yang Ye's figure stiffened on the spot. The deity realm? I know I can do that at the deity realm, but the problem is that I'm only a voider right now. I'm still 2 realms of cultivation away from the deity realm. Yet now, he had to save those people. After all, he'd taken the pearl from her. So, it was unacceptable if he refused to save them now. Moreover, she would definitely not let him go. But how would he save them? Fortunately, the heavens help those who try. Yang Yi finally thought of a way that wasn't really a way to deal with the formation. Yang Yi went over to the mountain wall. He gazed at the symbols for a long time, and then he pressed the index and middle finger on his right hand together. He waved it slightly, and a strand of sword energy shot forward from the tip of his fingers. It was extremely swift and instantly struck the circle of symbols. Bang! A beam of light shot out from the mountain wall and instantly destroyed Yang Ye's sword energy. At the same time, countless beams of light surged out incessantly like a storm. Moreover, a dense expanse of such beams shot up from the village as well, and they shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched, and then he told Little Sky to bring the ice casket out. After that, he hid within it. Bang! 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 Numerous explosions resounded. Around an hour later, Yang Yi sat up in the casket. At this moment, the circle of symbols had returned to normal. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and then he flicked another strand of sword energy towards the circle of symbols. After that, he hurriedly laid back down in the casket. Meanwhile, the formation was activated again, and then countless beams of light appeared. Once everything returned to normal again, Yang Yi sat up again, and then he flicked another strand of sword energy over to activate the formation. After that, he laid back down into the casket again. He was exhausting its energy. The method Yang Yi had come up with was to exhaust the energy within the formation. The formation was an inanimate object, and there would be a time when all the spirit energy within it was exhausted. Especially this formation, it definitely exhausted a tremendous amount of spirit energy. So, Yang Yi intended to exhaust all the spirit energy within it, and once it was fully exhausted, the formation would be useless. Needless to say, this method was quite shameless. Moreover, it exhausted a huge amount of time. However, it couldn't be helped. It was the only method he could think of, because his strength couldn't resist the might of the formation at all. Actually, he was probably the only one capable of utilizing such a method, because he had the ice casket, and it could resist the attacks from the formation. Otherwise, if it was anyone else, then unless that person's strength was on par with the person that created the formation, trying to go head-on against it was. In any case, Yang Yi felt that even the rock titans of Rock Mountain wouldn't be able to resist the insane barrage of attacks from the formation. But the ice casket could. Moreover, the most terrifying part was that he wasn't able to feel the attacks at all while he laid within the casket. He didn't even feel the slightest shaking. Its defenses were too terrifying. At this moment, he grew even more curious about Little Tion's identity and background. She knew a huge number of things, a very huge number. Moreover, she could gain information about anyone she wanted to gain information about. That was even more terrifying than the defensive capabilities of the ice casket. Fortunately, there was something wrong with her ability, and she could only obtain some information. Otherwise, it would be even more terrifying, because anyone who stood before her would seem completely translucent in her eyes. The most terrifying part was that the demon beasts gave her face. Even the proud ancient Emperor Python gave her face. After all, that fellow hadn't chosen to submit even before the primordial pagoda. However, she'd merely spoken a few words and made it submit. No matter what, he felt that forming a good relationship with Little Sky was definitely not a bad decision. There were no further explosions in the outside world, so Yang Yi sat up once more and gazed at the circle of symbols. At this moment, the symbols had dimmed down slightly. Yang Yi was delighted by the sight of it because he knew that his plan was working. Actually, he was still quite worried before this. He was worried that the formation had something which could ceaselessly provide it with spirit energy. If that was the case, then he would be in trouble. Fortunately, the formation wasn't like that. In other words, he just had to continue exhausting the energy it had, and then it would be destroyed. When he thought up to this point, Yang Yi flicked another strand of sword energy towards the mountain wall. Just like before, it was obliterated before it could even strike the circle of symbols. Yang Yi hurriedly hid within the casket when he saw that. Rumble. Explosions resounded incessantly in the world outside. Actually, all the explosions were caused by the beams of light that were striking the ice casket. However, Yang Yi wasn't able to feel the collision at all, and he could only feel slight vibrations when he tried to observe carefully. At this moment, Yang Yi felt that the celestial demon Hegemon body was nothing before the ice casket. The only sad thing was that his physical strength wasn't sufficient, so he still couldn't lift the casket. Otherwise, if he could use it in battle, then a single swing would definitely smash his opponent. It was definitely a powerful weapon to crush his opponents. Around an hour later, Yang Yi sat up again. At this moment, the circle of symbols was even dimmer. Yang Yi was delighted. He knew that the spirit energy within it was definitely on the verge of being exhausted. Time to continue. Yang Yi shot out another strand of sword energy. Just like that, around an hour passed before Yang Yi released another strand of sword energy, and it struck against the circle of symbols. Yang Yi watched as the mountain shook violently. Even though the circle of symbols was still here, it hadn't reacted to his attack at all. Yang Yi knew that the spirit energy within the formation had been exhausted. Meanwhile, the people hanging on the mountain wall started to drop down slowly. Obviously, the mysterious woman did it. Yang Yi sized up those people. They were a little different than ordinary humans. Besides their dressing, it was their appearance. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. In any case, they didn't feel like ordinary humans to him. Yang Yi didn't watch further, and he just turned around and walked away. He'd saved them, and he didn't want to be dragged into anything else. So, the important matter at hand was to immediately leave them behind. As far as he was concerned, it was better to avoid extra problems. But right when he was about to leave the village, the hand suddenly appeared on his shoulder again. Yang Yi stopped and laughed bitterly. "I've saved them. What else do you want me to do?" She moved her hand to his back and started writing. It was only a single word, save. Yang Yi said, "Haven't I done that?" She started writing again, but it was still the same word, save. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed his shoulder and started moving backwards. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to return to where he had been. At this moment, he understood what she meant. They were lying on the ground. Even though they were breathing, they hadn't woken up. She wanted him to wake them up. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "I can give it a try. However, I dare not guarantee that I can awaken them. If I fail, you have to promise that you won't force me to stay." She patted him gently on the shoulder to display her encouragement. Yang Yi nodded, and then he went over to a young girl. He placed his right hand on her head, and then the primordial violet energy within him gradually entered her mind. He didn't know what was wrong with them, but he knew that if primordial violet energy couldn't help them, then they couldn't be saved. Fortunately, after around 10 breaths of time passed, the little girl's brows twitched slightly. Yang Yi hurriedly increased the amount of primordial violet energy he was sending to her, and it didn't take long for her to open her eyes. She gazed at him, blinked, and then suddenly grabbed his hand before speaking softly, "Big brother, big brother." Hearing these words warmed Yang Ye's heart. At this moment, he thought of his younger sister. He grinned and said, "It's all right now." She held tightly to his hand as if she was afraid that he would leave. Yang Yi consoled her for a while, and then he started treating the others. Just like that, around an hour passed before everyone here had woken up. An old man with a long beard stood in front of Yang Yi, and he gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "You're human." Yang Yi glanced at the old man and said, "Aren't all of you human too?" The old man shook his head. "Of course not." Yang Yi was curious and asked, "Then what are you?" The old man didn't answer him. He just gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and pressed it against Yang Yi's shoulder. It was so swift that Yang Yi hadn't been able to react. Once the old man's hand descended onto his shoulder, Yang Yi instantly felt a mysterious force charge into his mind, and then his mind felt heavy before he fell unconscious. Kindness is a mistake. That was the final thought Yang Yi had before he lost consciousness. Chapter 1464, The Spirit Race. Sometime later, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. Meanwhile, a clear and melodious voice came from his side. "You're awake?" Yang Yi turned to look, and it was that young girl whom Head saved first. She was around 13 or 14 years old, pretty but rather immature in appearance. She wore a rather loose pure white robe, and the robe made her seem even more petite. Yang Yi closed his eyes, scanned the condition of his body, and noticed that there was nothing unusual. Some time passed before he opened his eyes and looked at her. "Why did that old man act against me?" "You're talking about Grandpa Mo, right?" The young girl revealed a brilliant smile. "Grandpa Mo said that your mind was highly tense, and you needed some rest. You can really sleep? You've slept for 2 whole days." "Rest." Yang Yi's face eased up slightly so he didn't attack me. It was because my mind was strained. Actually, the old man wasn't wrong. Since he arrived at the ominous territory, his mind had been constantly in a tense and concentrated state. It wasn't in such a state for a certain period, it was in such a state at every moment. The old man was right, and he really did need a rest. However, how could he dare to rest in the ominous territory? Only someone who was tired of living would dare to rest here. Meanwhile, the young girl took his hand and said, "Grandpa Mo told me to take you to see him once you've woken up." Yang Yi gazed at her and smiled. "What's your name?" She smiled sweetly, "Xiaowu." Yang Yi rubbed her head and said, "Come, let's go see Grandpa." Just like that, both of them left the room, and Xiaowu guided Yang Yi to a hall that seemed to be severely damaged. In the hall, Yang Yi met the old man with a long beard again. The old man grinned. "You're awake?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "Senior, there were many things that I didn't want to know. Yet now, I have a slight urge to find out." He had too many questions. For example, who the mysterious woman was, who all of them were, why they were in the ominous territory, why they'd been sealed on the mountain wall. He knew the old man could give him the answers he sought. The old man remained silent for a long time, and then he said, "We aren't human. We're from the spirit race." "The spirit race?" Yang Yi frowned. "I've never heard of it. Is it from the large world?" "The large world?" The old man was slightly stunned, and then he shook his head. "We are from a large world, but we're not from the large world in your universe." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "Senior, all of you aren't from this universe?" The old man grinned. "All of that isn't important. Let me finish before you ask questions. We are from the spirit race. Because of certain reasons, we were sent here. In the end, an expert found out about it, and he sealed us in order to obtain a precious treasure we possessed. A very long time ago, he would come here from time to time and ask for it. However, for some unknown reason, he stopped coming. Being sealed for such a long time forced us to go into deep sleep in order to preserve our energy." The old man paused for a moment and said, "In the end, we realized that even that wouldn't guarantee our survival, because we might be sealed until we die. So, Linger destroyed her own body, escaped the formation, and then searched for a way to save us." "Linger?" Yang Yi continued, "That woman who made me come here?" The old man nodded, "Yes." A wisp of pain flashed through his eyes at this point, and he continued, She is the most outstanding genius amongst us, and possesses a natural spirit body that's 1 in 1,000,000. If she hadn't destroyed her body, her future would be limitless. However, it couldn't be helped because she was the only one amongst us who could remain in spirit form for a long time. She's in spirit form? Yang Yi frowned. Even if she's in spirit form, it's impossible for her to stop me from noticing her presence. She possesses a natural spirit body. The old man continued. It transcends the 5 elements, yin and yang. Besides dead people, only those with extremely formidable strength are able to see her. Your strength isn't sufficient, and you're not dead. So, you can't see her. So that's why. Yang Yi nodded. Senior, there's something I don't understand. The strength of that expert who sealed all of you definitely far surpasses your spirit race. Since it's like that, then why didn't you hand it over to him in exchange for peace? The old man grinned. If we did hand it over, then you wouldn't have been able to see us now. They would be killed to keep them quiet. Yang Yi came to an understanding. Meanwhile, the old man added, if we can hand it over in exchange for peace, then I wouldn't have kept that treasure. No matter how precious a treasure is, it isn't as precious as the lives of our people or linger. However, I'm very well aware that if it falls into his hand, then the first thing he does would be to kill us. Because if news of it were to spread, then he would suffer endless trouble. Yang Yi said, that treasure is the spirit pearl, right? The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, she gave it to you? Yang Yi nodded. The old man laughed bitterly. Actually, I guessed it. Yang Yi glanced at the old man and said, Senior, you wouldn't try to take it back, right? The old man smiled. If I wanted to, I would have done it already. Yang Yi smiled. That's what I was thinking. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, your lifespan seems to be... Yang Yi nodded. I came to the ominous territory in order to gain the spring of life at the forest of darkness. The old man frowned. You are heading to the forest of darkness. Yang Yi asked, what's wrong? The old man remained silent for a long time, and then he said, Kid, to be honest, it's really a miracle that you were able to get here with your strength. Senior, what sort of place is the ominous territory? Why aren't all of you leaving it? Asked Yang Yi in a serious tone. He was really curious about the ominous territory, and this place was truly too mysterious. The old man shook his head. Greed is a form of original sin. It's something we should suffer. I only pity these little fellows that have to suffer with us. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Yang Yi. I can't tell you too much because it would be of no benefit to you. Since you were able to get here, getting to the forest of darkness shouldn't be a huge problem for you. However, you have to be careful. Once he spoke up to this point, the old man spoke in an extremely solemn voice. Don't go past Yellow Springs River. Yang Yi frowned. Why? It wasn't the first time Head heard about the Yellow Springs River. The middle-aged man Head encountered on the way had given him a similar warning. What exactly was on the other side? Why was it so terrifying? Because you'll die there. The old man spoke solemnly. You know that person who sealed us here? Even with his strength, he didn't dare to cross Yellow Springs River. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. It really isn't a place you can go to. The old man spoke in a low voice. Don't go in there out of curiosity. It'll cost you your life. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. What is in there? I don't know. The old man shook his head. All I know is that many people who I felt were extremely formidable have entered that place, but none have come back out. Yet you are too weak when compared to them. Not to mention them, you can't even fight me. Yang Yi's face darkened. Do you have to be that direct? Meanwhile, the old man hesitated for a moment and said, Kid, logically speaking, I should thank you for saving all of us. However, I really don't have much. Why don't all of you accompany me to the forest of darkness? Yang Yi hurriedly said, help me get the spring of life, all right? The old man's face froze. Head thought that Yang Yi would say something like, it's fine, it was nothing. However, Head never expected Yang Yi to say that. The old man hesitated for a moment and shook his head. No, don't look at me like that. I'm doing it for your sake. Yang Yi asked, what do you mean? The old man explained, everyone has their own territory here. If we leave our territory, It's equivalent to breaking the rules. Let me explain it like this. So long as we leave this place, then it's equivalent to entering someone else's territory. Once we enter someone else's territory, then the owner of that territory will attack us madly. If we follow you to the forest of darkness, it means that we'll have to fight our way there. But if you go alone, I believe it will be even easier. Yang Yi nodded. He didn't feel like the old man was making up an excuse, because had experienced how abnormal those demon beasts were. So long as he entered their territory, they would immediately attack him, no matter the reason. So, it was just as the old man had said. If such a huge group were to head there, then it would actually make the journey more difficult, because they would be a huge target. Actually, he was only joking earlier, because the spirit race didn't owe him anything. Even though Head saved them, they'd compensated him, and it wasn't a small amount of compensation. In short, they didn't owe each other anything. Meanwhile, the old man said, If you get the spring of life, then can you come back here? Yang Yi asked, Why? I need your help for a small thing. The old man smiled. It's a very small thing. Of course, you'll be compensated. Yang Yi thought for a while and replied, All right. The old man's smile grew wider. He flipped his palm, and a thumb-sized pearl appeared on his palm. He passed it over to Yang Yi and said, It's an energy pearl. It can replenish the spirit energy within your dantian once. It should be helpful to you. What a treasure. Yang Yi's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took it before he asked, Do you have more? Give me a few more, all right? The corners of the old man's mouth twitched, and then he smiled spuriously. It's very precious. I don't have more for now. However, if you come back here, then I can give you a few more. Yang Yi hurriedly nodded. All right, they'll definitely come back. The old man was at a loss for words. Chapter 1465, Taking Advantage of the Situation. Yang Yi didn't stay longer in Spirit Village. Once he said his farewells to the long-bearded old man, the village leader Imoku, Yang Yi immediately left Spirit Village and continued forward. Once he was done with the mysterious woman, Yang Yi really felt much lighter, because he didn't have to worry about someone being behind him at all times. However, a hand suddenly appeared on his shoulder. That hand again. Yang Yi's figure stiffened, and then he laughed bitterly. Miss Imoling, don't tell me you still need something? Imoku had told him that the mysterious woman's name was Imoling. Imoling moved her hand to Yang Yi's back, and then she started writing. Thank you. Just 2 words. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that she just wanted to express her gratitude. He was really afraid that she would ask him to help with another troublesome matter. Fortunately, it wasn't the case. Yang Yi smiled and said, It was nothing. Moreover, I took a treasure from you. So, there's no need to thank me. See you next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi was about to leave. Meanwhile, Imoling's hand started moving on his back again. This time, she wrote 4 words. They'll wait for you. Yang Yi was stunned. Wait for me? What does she mean? Yang Yi was about to ask when her hand suddenly vanished. Yang Yi didn't ask the question because he knew that she was gone. She'll wait for me? Yang Yi couldn't figure it out no matter how he racked his brains. Why is she waiting for me? Has she fallen for me? Yang Yi shook his head and rejected such an absurd thought. If it was in the past, then it might really be possible. After all, he felt that he was quite great. Yet now, because of his lifespan, he had white hair and looked very old. So, how could she have possibly fallen for him? However, it wasn't absolutely certain. After all, who could dictate destiny? Yang Yi was confident in himself. Yang Yi continued forward while drunk with self-satisfaction. He didn't try to figure out what Imoling meant, because if he couldn't return from the forest of darkness, then he would have wasted his time thinking about it. The important matter at hand was to get to the forest of darkness and obtain the spring of life. Otherwise, everything else would be meaningless. After walking for quite some time, Yang Yi suddenly stopped because he felt something was off. Logically speaking, he should be at the forest of darkness by now. However, not to mention a forest, he hadn't even seen a tree. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he summoned Big Blackie. The reason he hadn't summoned the ancient Emperor Python was because that fellow had been imprisoned for thousands of years, so it would have probably not even heard of the Forest of Darkness. Yang Yi gazed at Big Blackie and asked, "Where's the Forest of Darkness?" Big Blackie didn't hesitate to turn and point towards the distance. It was the same direction which Yang Yi was traveling towards. He was on the right track. Yang Yi asked, "Then why haven't we gotten there after traveling for so long?" He was afraid of getting lost. After all, getting lost here was fatal. Big Blackie shook its head and started to wave its claw about. A long time passed before Yang Yi understood what Big Blackie meant. It didn't know the Forest of Darkness' exact location. It had merely heard of the Forest of Darkness and was only aware of its rough direction. That rough direction was the direction it had pointed towards and the direction that Yang Yi was heading towards. Yang Yi hesitated for a long time before he continued forward, because it was the same direction that Emoku had given him. So, it was probably correct. Since it was correct, then he had to continue forward. After he left Spirit Village, the miasma appeared again. Had asked Emoku about the miasma here, and Emoku didn't know as well. Emoku had merely said that for some unknown reason, a huge amount of miasma had appeared here from a very long time ago. Moreover, the source of the miasma was on the other side of Yellow Springs River. So, he didn't know where the miasma came from. As for why Spirit Village wasn't filled with miasma, it was because the spirit race had set up a formation in the village, and it kept the miasma outside the village. Yellow Springs River. Actually, Yang Yi was really curious about it. What exactly was on the other side of Yellow Springs River? After all, so many people were so afraid of it. He didn't know how strong Emoku was, but he knew that Emoku was definitely stronger than him. Otherwise, Emoku wouldn't have been able to put him to sleep before he could even react. Even though Head underestimated his opponent and had been taken by surprise, it was sufficient to prove Emoku's strength. But even with Emoku's strength, he was still so afraid of the other side of the river. It was the same for the middle-aged man who'd given Yang Yi the dragon seal. That middle-aged man's strength was definitely extremely strong as well. However, the middle-aged man had still died. What exactly is on the other side? Yang Yi was extremely curious. However, no matter how curious he was, he had no intention to go there and have a look. He didn't want to court death. However, Head decided that once he grew stronger, he could travel through this place. Especially the other side of Yellow Springs River, he could take a look there. Of course, it was after he grew stronger. For example, after he attained the deity realm. If he attained the deity realm, then this place wouldn't be that dangerous anymore. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, numerous explosions resounded from afar. A short while passed, and then numerous loud explosions rumbled incessantly like thunderclaps from afar. Yang Yi was shocked. Someone got here? Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, because the explosions were rushing rapidly in his direction. Yang Yi's figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi stared fixedly towards the distance while hiding in the shadows. The miasma there was suddenly blasted away by a strand of powerful force, and then a man and a beast appeared before Yang Yi. The demon beast was huge. It had the body of a person, the head of a cow, and stood on 2 feet. Its entire body was covered in thick scale armor, and it held a huge black hammer in its grasp. Every single swing of its hammer caused the space around it to tremble violently. The demon beast's opponent was a man. The man was huge as well. Even though he seemed quite young, he weighed at least 150 kilograms. He looked very powerful, and he held a black rod in his grasp. Every single time his rod collided with the demon beast's hammer, a rumbling explosion would resound. Yang Yi was quite shocked because the man was actually evenly matched with the demon beast. Who is he? Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the fat man. He was really quite curious, because a human had been able to get here, and that was no simple feat. The man and beast were still fighting in midair. After fighting for a while, the demon beast suddenly raised its head and roared with fury. After that, a dome of dazzling black light suddenly erupted from its body. The dome had just appeared when it immediately started to shrink back, and then it covered the demon beast's body like a net of light. Once it was covered by the net of light, the demon beast's strength instantly rose explosively, and a single swing of its hammer instantly blasted the fat man around 10 kilometers back. Yang Yi was quite surprised, but he came to an understanding just a moment later. Practically all demon beasts had their own innate divine abilities, and that included Eaglet and the others. However, there were limits to such abilities. The demon beast had clearly been infuriated by the fat man, and it had activated its ultimate move. Yang Yi gazed at the fat man. The force of that attack had clearly been too terrifying. The fat man's fat was trembling violently, and it was quite a magnificent sight. Besides that, there was a trace of scarlet red on the corner of his mouth. Obviously, had been injured by that attack. The man wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he gazed at the demon beast. Come, continue fighting with your grandpa, sure. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot towards the demon beast. Once he arrived around 30 m away from the demon beast, he grabbed the rod with both hands and slammed it down. A wisp of viciousness flashed through the demon beast's eyes, and it roared furiously before raising its hammer and swinging it against the man's rod. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then both of them split apart in midair. The man moved around 1 kilometer back, while the demon beast hadn't even been pushed 300 m back. But it didn't take long for the fat man to charge forward again. The shock in Yang Ye's heart grew as he watched, because the man's strength had far exceeded his expectations. The demon beast's strength was much greater than Eaglet, Big Blackie, and the others. It could be said to merely be slightly weaker than the python. However, the man was actually able to collide head-on with it, and he was just a semi-deity. A semi-deity, not a deity. Is he one of the top 3 on the dragon rankings? Yang Yi was quite curious. Even though the fat man was completely fearless in battle and charged forward repeatedly, he couldn't do anything because the demon beast was stronger than him. So, he was blasted flying, over and over again. In the end, Yang Yi noticed that his entire arm was trembling violently. Obviously, it had definitely become completely numb. Under normal circumstances, humans were utterly incapable of resisting the physical strength of demon beasts. The fat man was very strong for being able to fight the demon beast to such an extent. After he was blasted flying again, the fat man didn't charge forward again, because the demon beast had charged at him, and then the fat man was constantly attacked and fell into a defensive state. The fat throughout his body was trembling violently under the frenzied attacks of the demon beast, and it seemed like oil would start spraying out from him. Needless to say, he was in quite a miserable state. He was completely suppressed in battle. However, he wasn't weak. Even though he was suppressed, he was still barely able to resist the demon beast. However, defeat was only a matter of time. Around 20-plus breaths of time later, an explosion resounded before the fat man was blasted far away, and his blood sprayed incessantly through the air. Yang Yi shook his head at the sight of this. If his blood continues spraying, then he'll probably lose all his blood. Suddenly, the fat man glanced at the surroundings and said, "Brother, stop hiding. Help me, and I'll be forever in your debt." Yang Yi was stunned. He noticed my presence? It didn't take long for Yang Yi to realize that the fat man merely knew that someone was here, and he didn't know Yang Yi's exact location. Meanwhile, the fat man was blasted flying again, and he suddenly shouted loudly as his figure flew backwards, "1,000,000 divine crystals. Help me, and I'll give you 1,000,000 divine crystals." Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. He's that rich? It didn't take long for the fat man to be blasted away again. 2,000,000 divine crystals. The fat man shouted in midair, "Brother, I'll give you 2,000,000 divine crystals to save me." A moment of silence ensued, and then a voice resounded, 5,000,000. It was Yang Yi's voice, of course. The fat man's face stiffened in midair, and then he laughed bitterly. "You are just taking advantage of the situation." Chapter 1466. A River. Bang! As soon as the fat man finished speaking, he was blasted away again, and blood sprayed incessantly from his mouth as he flew through the air. Meanwhile, the demon beast charged at him again. The fat man's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Fine, 5,000,000. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light flashed. It was extremely fast and instantly arrived behind the demon beast. A wisp of viciousness flashed through the demon beast's eyes when it noticed the sword energy behind it, and then it turned around and slammed its hammer down. Boom! The ray of light was blasted into bits, and then Yang Yi appeared before the fat man. The demon beast turned to look at Yang Yi, and it was about to attack when Yang Yi waved his right hand. Big Blackie and Little Blackie appeared in front of him. The demon beast's eyes instantly narrowed slightly when it saw the celestial demon wolves, and then it didn't attack. Meanwhile, a wisp of surprise flashed through the fat man's eyes. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually possess such powerful demon beasts. Yang Yi gazed at the demon beast and spoke flatly, "Leave?" The demon beast stared at Yang Yi while a trace of hesitation appeared in its eyes. Meanwhile, the demon wolves roared furiously into the air, and then they gazed at the demon beast with a ferocious glow in their eyes. The demon beast glanced at them, and then a wisp of ferocity flashed through its eyes as well. As soon as he saw that, Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "Beat it up." The demon wolves immediately leaped at the demon beast. Yang Yi was quite surprised because that demon beast was actually not afraid of them, and it immediately charged at them. It's going to fight too on its own? Yang Yi was quite surprised. He was surprised by the demon beast's courage. Based on its aura, it was stronger than the demon wolves, but it was only slightly stronger. The joint forces of the demon wolves were definitely stronger than it. However, it dared to fight them. Its courage was commendable. Yang Yi was even more shocked when he saw that it was actually not disadvantaged in the battle with the demon wolves. Its strength was really not bad. A wisp of excitement flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he waved his hand and summoned Eaglet. The demon beast's pupils constricted when it saw Eaglet, and then it intended to flee. Obviously, it was no fool. It could barely stand its ground against 2 opponents. But if it was 3 opponents, actually, it wouldn't fear fighting 3 of them. However, there were 2 humans at the side. So, the demon beast fled decisively. Suddenly, Yang Yi said, "Don't let it escape. Drag it back in." If it was a group of demon beasts, then he would naturally have to run on sight. However, it was just one demon beast. It was a demon beast on its own, and it was so strong. So, wasn't that like a free subordinate for him? Even though the demon beast was strong, it couldn't fight against so many opponents. In the end, the fat man watched with astonishment as the demon beast was forcefully dragged into Yang Yi's body. In the primordial pagoda, Big Blackie and the others released the demon beast. The demon beast was stunned for a moment, but it didn't take long for it to recover from its shock, and it glared angrily at Big Blackie and the others while roaring madly. However, it didn't attack. It didn't have to be a genius to know that it couldn't fight 3 other demon beasts. No, it was 4. Because a huge python that was comparable in size to a mountain was not too far away. Big Blackie and the others paid no attention to the demon beast, and the emperor python didn't pay any attention to it as well. All of them were looking at it and waiting to watch the show. They would naturally not warn it that it should keep a low profile. After all of them had suffered suppression from the primordial pagoda. So how can the newcomer be an exception? Sure enough, it had merely been roaring for a while when a wave of mysterious energy pressed down upon it. Bang! The demon beast was pressed flat on the ground. In the outside world, the fat man walked over to Yang Yi, sized up Yang Yi carefully, and spoke with curiosity in his voice. Where did they go? Yang Yi didn't answer the fat man and stretched out his hand instead. The fat man glanced at Yang Yi, and then passed a spatial ring to Yang Yi. There's 1,000,000 divine crystals in there. I didn't bring that much with me. Don't worry, I, Shirtion, am not someone who goes back on my word. Come to Stellar City and go to the Shur clan. They'll give you the balance. Yang Yi took the spatial ring and glanced at the fat man. Shirtion, the Shur clan. You're from the large world? Head naturally heard of the Shur clan in Stellar City, and that Shur clan was from the large world. The fat man nodded and said, That's right. Now, you probably won't think that he'll refuse to pay, right? Yang Yi nodded. Actually, he hadn't expected Shirtion to even be able to produce 5,000,000 divine crystals. After all, who would bring that much into this place? But he hadn't expected this fellow to be from the Shur clan. He didn't know how strong the Sher clan was, but he knew that it was absolutely terrifyingly wealthy. How much did the teleportation formations in Stellar City bring in every year? It was unimaginable. 5 million divine crystals was an astronomical figure to others, but it might be nothing to the Sher clan. Yang Yi nodded. All right, they'll go there to get it. Yang Yi naturally had an urgent need for divine crystals. Regardless of whether it was the Sword Alliance or Clouds of Heaven Stellar region, both of them needed a huge number of divine crystals. Yi Luyun could do a lot with 5 million divine crystals. Shi Tian smiled. I still don't know your name. Yang Yi didn't hide it from Shi Tian. Yang Yi. Yang Yi. Shi Tian blinked. That sword cultivator. Yang Yi? Yang Yi nodded. You've heard of me? Shi Tian had quite an unusual expression on his face. It's actually you. Yang Yi asked. What? Shi Tian replied. Did you offend that little devil in our large world? Right. The Divine Phoenix clan's Emo Xiaoling? Emo Xiaoling. Yang Yi nodded. I do have some enmity with her. Shi Tian shook his head, brother. You could have offended anyone, but you just had to offend her. That little devil is really difficult to deal with. Do you know why I know your name? Because she has been telling everyone in the large world that she will give one of her divine flames to us if we kill you. Moreover, we can even cultivate in the Divine Phoenix clan's divine grounds of cultivation, Divine Spirit Cave. Besides that, she has named many other tempting rewards. Moreover, she seems to be adding more. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. She's really desperate to get me killed. However, no one is accepting her request. Meanwhile, Shi Tian added, because that little devil has never kept her word. Even though her promises are tempting to the point that even him tempted, we're very well aware that she's very likely to be tricking us. It's not easy to get down here from the large world. So what if she doesn't keep her word after we kill you? Wouldn't we have done all of that for nothing? In any case, regardless of whether she does keep her word, we can't do anything to her. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Yang Yi and sized him up. Actually, I'm lucky that I didn't agree to her request. Brother, you're not ordinary at all. You were able to get here, and you're even just a voider. No wonder that little devil promised such tempting rewards. She knew that it's difficult to kill you. Yang Yi smiled. Are there many geniuses in the large world? Shi Tian replied. Quite a huge amount. Yang Yi asked, how's your strength up there? Shi Tian thought for a moment and replied, not bad. There's quite a gap between me and those top geniuses. And overall, I'm high up in the middle class. Yang Yi nodded. Head gained a rough estimate of the strengths of the geniuses in the large world. Meanwhile, Shi Tian suddenly asked, are you here to temper yourself? Yang Yi gazed at Shi Tian and replied with a question. You're here to temper yourself? Shi Tian shook his head. I came down here to deal with some business. I heard this place is very dangerous, so I decided to come and have a look. Damn it. I almost lost my life on numerous occasions. If I didn't have quite a few treasures and things to rely on, I would have died by now. No wonder my grandfather prohibited me from coming here. He's here to temper himself. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. He's really great. He actually treated the ominous territory as a place to temper himself. Meanwhile, Shi Tian patted Yang Yi on the shoulder. It was all thanks to you that I'm alive. I've finished all my life-saving treasures, and if it wasn't for you, I would have really died here. Shi Tian, will never forget this. Yang Ye's impression of Shi Tian grew slightly better, because he could sense that Shi Tian was being absolutely sincere when he spoke those words. Yang Yi shook his head. I didn't save you for nothing. I got 5 million divine crystals from you, so we don't owe each other anything. What are you talking about? Shi Tian was quite displeased. Is my life only worth 5 million divine crystals? In short, they'll never forget this kindness. If you get into trouble in the large world, then just use my name. There's nothing in the large world that I, Shi Tian, can't resolve. Yang Yi glanced at him and said, if I cause trouble, then it might not be a minor matter. Shi Tian patted his chest and guaranteed, no matter what it is, I'll deal with it for you. Yang Yi thought for a while before he replied, all right, they'll look for you if I cause trouble in the future. Shirtian cracked a smile and said, "All right, right, this place is too dangerous. I'm heading back. What about you? Are you going to come with me?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I have something else to do. I'll leave once I'm done." Shirtian nodded. "You're quite mysterious. You should be able to protect yourself here, but I don't dare to stay longer. Brother Yang Yi, until next time." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to leave. But Yang Yi suddenly asked, "How did you notice my presence just now?" Shirtian chuckled. "A family secret. I'll tell you when we meet again. Take care." As soon as he finished speaking, he withdrew a scroll and crushed it, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Yang Yi fell silent for a while, and then he shook his head. He's quite a nice guy. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued forward. This time, Yang Yi sped up. He was quite impatient to get the spring of life now. Around 4 hours later, splash! The sound of water suddenly came from beneath Yang Yi's feet. Yang Yi stopped, looked down, and saw water below him. He hesitated for a moment and pushed his right hand forward. A wave of energy surged out and blasted the nearby miasma away. At this moment, Yang Yi saw the surroundings clearly. It was a river that stood before him. The water in it was very clear, yet it seemed like a dead river that wasn't flowing at all. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and he was just about to continue forward when he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and it caused his hairs to stand on end. A river? This isn't Yellow Springs River, right? Chapter 1467 Your Character? Chapter 1467 Your Character? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he got. If this really was Yellow Springs River, then he couldn't continue forward. Even though he was confident in his strength, it was Yellow Springs River. Many people had warned him about it, so he couldn't disregard it. After all, those who were much stronger than him had never returned from the other side of Yellow Springs River. Even if someone did appear once more, that person was dead. Yang Yi wasn't cowardly, but he had a clear understanding of his current strength. He was very strong in the eyes of ordinary deities, but that was only in the eyes of ordinary deities. Deities were everywhere in this place, and all of them were extremely strong. Simply speaking, the existences here weren't from the same era as him. One must always understand oneself. One should be aware of one's strength and capabilities. Otherwise, the consequences would be horrible. So, he had to figure out if it was Yellow Springs River. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then released his aura. His aura was like a gale that swept towards the surroundings. It didn't take long for the miasma to be pushed back, and then an area of 3 kilometers with Yang Yi at the center had been cleared up. At this moment, he saw the surroundings clearly. It wasn't a river. It was just a pool that covered an area of over 3 kilometers. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that it wasn't a river. If it was Yellow Springs River, then it represented that he'd gone the wrong way. Of course, that wasn't a big problem because he could just change directions. However, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the chance to change directions. Even though he couldn't go to the other side of Yellow Springs River, who dared to guarantee that the river itself was devoid of danger? Fortunately, it was just a pool. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. However, the pool beneath his feet suddenly started to spin, and then a terrifying suction force shot up into the air and sucked him into the pool in an instant. The pool was calm once more. Beneath the pool, Yang Ye's expression had changed drastically, and his sword intent and slaughter intent surged madly. However, they weren't able to stop the suction force. Yang Yi was shocked, and he was about to draw his sword, but the suction force had vanished. Because he'd arrived at the bottom, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. In the end, his gaze shot towards a spot not too far away from him. Because there was a door there. It has been so long since someone was able to get here. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the door. "Come in." The voice was quite old and hoarse. That wasn't the most important point. The most important point was the door had swung open once the voice finished speaking. After that, the suction force appeared once more, and then Yang Yi was slowly sucked towards the door. At this moment, Yang Yi had calmed down. He was about to resist it when the voice resounded once more. "There's no need to resist it. I hold no ill intent towards you. If I did, you would be dead. As soon as the voice finished speaking, the suction force vanished. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he started walking towards the door. Flee? He could guarantee that if he did, then the suction force would definitely appear right away. He could resist it. After all, he had so many demon beasts in the primordial pagoda. So long as the person behind the door wasn't an expert beyond the deity realm, then he had the ability to fight back. However, he decided to see what the person behind the door wanted before deciding what he would do. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to walk through the door. A ray of white light flashed, and then Yang Yi felt dazed. But it didn't take long for him to return to normal. After that, the scene before him changed. At this moment, he was in a narrow chamber that was less than 30 m wide. The chamber was made from unknown ore, and it was covered in various golden symbols that Yang Yi had never seen in his life. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, and then looked ahead. A gray-robed old man was seated cross-legged there. The old man was very emaciated, and it wasn't exaggerated to call him a bag of bones. Because he was so thin, the old man's appearance seemed quite terrifying. Especially his eyes. His sockets seemed like that of a skeleton. The old man's hands were placed on his thighs, and they were bound by golden chains that were embedded in the wall behind the old man. He was imprisoned. The old man spoke abruptly. It has been so long since someone has been able to get here. However, he didn't open his eyes. Yang Yi asked, Senior, may I know who you are? Yang Yi was secretly vigilant as he spoke. The old man replied, You wouldn't know me even if I told you. Yang Yi nodded. Actually, it was obvious that the old man had lived for countless years. Even if the old man was once a peerless expert, Yang Yi would still know nothing about the old man. I have to say, you're the first voider to get here. The old man continued, based on the direction you were heading towards. You're either going to the other side of Yellow Springs River or the Forest of Darkness. You should be heading to the Forest of Darkness. Yang Yi frowned. How did you know? The old man replied, There's death energy on you. That proves that you're on the verge of death. Where else could you be going but the Forest of Darkness? You have quite the discerning eye. Yang Yi continued, May I know why you brought me down here? The old man replied, I haven't spoken to anyone in a long time. I'm lonely, so I wanted to speak to someone. Yang Yi chuckled. Senior, stop joking. I'm a very straightforward person, and I don't like to beat around the bush. So, please be frank. The old man fell silent for a long time, and then he said, See, I've been trapped here for so many years. I just want to take a breath of fresh air in the outside world. I just have such a small wish. You can help me with it, right? Yang Yi glanced at the golden chains around the old man's hands and feet, and then he shook his head. Senior, you must be joking. Your strength is extraordinary, yet even you can't break open those chains, let alone me. Senior, you know that I'm a voider. While I'm comparatively stronger than those at the same realm of cultivation, but if I'm compared to Senior, I'll just avoid striking a blow to my own confidence. The old man said, But I want to go outside. What should I do then? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Why don't I get someone to save you? You're a really slippery fellow. The old man chuckled. Would you even come back if I let you leave? I guarantee with my character. Yang Yi spoke seriously. I'll definitely return. Your character? The old man said. What's that? Can it fill my stomach? Yang Yi gazed at the old man for a long time before he said, Since you don't believe me, then tell me what we should do. If it's possible, I don't mind helping you. After all, it's an honor for me to have been able to meet an expert like you. Even though he'd said that, Yang Yi had started to become very vigilant. The old man said, I have a way, but you have to cooperate. Yang Yi spoke flatly, Do tell me about it. The old man explained, I'm not an unreasonable person. I know your current strength really is insufficient to destroy the chains. However, while you can't do it now, you can in the future, right? That's true. Yang Yi nodded, all right, then I'll come back to save you once I've grown stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and started walking away. However, the suction force appeared again, and then he couldn't take another step forward. The old man said, Do you think I'm a fool? Yang Yi turned around and gazed at the old man. Then what do you want? The old man laughed coldly. What if you don't come back? I'll be direct. Cultivate here until you're able to destroy the chains. Understand? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Cultivate here until I can save you? The old man replied, yes. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he said, there's something I can't figure out. Your strength is far greater than mine. I think that even if I attain the deity realm, I'll probably still be inferior to you. But even you aren't able to break free from those chains. So, even if I attain the deity realm, it wouldn't help at all, right? That was what he was most curious about. The old man's strength definitely surpassed his, and it had probably even surpassed the deity realm. However, even the old man couldn't break free from the chains. That was what he was most puzzled about. No, you'll be able to break the chains once you attain the deity realm. The old man continued. This place has been corroded for countless years, and it isn't as strong as it used to be. As for why I'm unable to do it myself, it isn't something you should be worried about. You should be worried about how you'll free me as soon as possible. Only once I'm free will you be able to gain freedom as well. Yang Yi gazed at the old man for a long time, and then he said, I only have around 2 months to live. Do you think I can attain the deity realm in that time? I forgot about that. The old man thought for a moment and said, that's easy to resolve. Let's do this. Give me a strand of your soul, and then travel to the forest of darkness. Come back here once you've obtained the spring of life. And that Wait. Yang Yi suddenly interrupted the old man. You want me to give you a strand of my soul? The old man replied. What? You're unwilling? Fuck you. Yang Yi was instantly visibly furious. You old dog. You think you're so great? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's profound energy surged madly into the ancient sheath, and then he drew his sword and swung it. 2 overlapped heaven rings. Chapter 1468 Sword of Rebirth. Yang Yi hadn't wanted to cause trouble, but in the end, he noticed that even if he didn't want to cause trouble, trouble still came looking for him. The old man was trying to take a yard when given an inch and actually wanted a strand of his soul. This made Yang Ye's temper flare. If he helped the old man, it was out of kindness. If he refused, it was his right. But the old man wanted to force him. That was intolerable. A ray of sword energy flashed through the chamber, and it instantly arrived before the old man. The old man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were muddy, dim, and lifeless. At this moment, there was a trace of shock in them. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yang Yi to be able to execute such a terrifying attack. If it was in the past, then such an attack would be nothing to him. Yet now, the old man didn't think too much about it. He pressed his palms over each other and swiftly pushed them forward. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded in the chamber. Countless strands of energy swept madly towards the surroundings. However, regardless of whether it was the energy from Yang Ye's attack or the old man's attack, both of them instantly vanished without a trace upon coming into contact with the walls of the chamber. A few moments later, the surroundings returned to calm. The old man was still there. Yang Yi stared at the old man, and there was a solemn expression in his eyes. Because the old man had forcefully endured 2 overlapped heaven rings, and the old man seemed completely unharmed. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, that sword of yours and that sword technique are really not bad. Yang Yi was about to speak when the old man added, however, I have an even stronger sword technique. Want to learn it? No. Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Young man, don't be rash. Meanwhile, the old man added, after all, rashness never ends well. Yang Yi paid no attention to the old man and just continued forward. The old man was strong, much stronger than him, and he had no doubt about that. However, he wasn't afraid, because the old man was clearly unable to utilize his full strength. It was very difficult for him to kill the old man, but the old man could definitely not stop him if he wanted to leave. The old man suddenly said, it's a sword technique that uses the body as the sword, the heart as the foundation, intent as speed. the soul as the support, the eyes as the blade. The sword is me, and am the sword. It's a sword technique that can destroy the 5 elements and slash through yin and yang. When cultivated to the limit, it can even sever the past and present. In other words, it can sever the cycle of reincarnation and karma. This time, Yang Yi stopped, and then he turned around to gaze at the old man. Is it stronger than the technique I just executed? It's much stronger. The old man continued, that technique of yours possessed sufficient strength, and it can destroy the 5 elements, but it can't slash through yin and yang, nor can it sever past and present. It's impossible even if you overlap 1,000 of them, because destroying the 5 elements is its limit. The reason I say that it has such a limit is because the person who created that technique had definitely not comprehended yin, yang, and rebirth. So, the limit of that technique is only at destroying the 5 elements. Yin, yang, and rebirth? Yang Yi frowned. Had heard of this on more than one occasion, especially the concept of reincarnation and rebirth. He hadn't thought about it because it was too far away from him, and his main goal for now was to do well in his current lifetime. The old man pondered deeply for a moment, and then he said, "Let me give you a simple explanation. The deity realm is divided into 3 levels. The 5-element deity realm, yin and yang, and the cycle of reincarnation. For the 5 elements, they comprehend time and the rules of the 5 elements. So, they belong in the level of the 5 elements. If they comprehend yin and yang, then they rise a level higher and attain the dualism deity realm. The realm above it is the rebirth deity realm." Yang Yi asked, "They all belong to the deity realm?" The old man shook his head. That was the case an extremely long time ago. Yet now, the dualism realm and rebirth realm don't belong to the deity realm. So, the dualism realm is above the deity realm, and the rebirth realm is above the dualism realm. Yang Yi nodded. That sword technique you just spoke of was created by a rebirth realm expert? No. The old man said, it was a sword cultivator at the dualism realm who had spent over 1,000 years to create it. He created this technique to kill rebirth realm experts. To kill rebirth realm experts? Yang Yi frowned. Couldn't he have just cultivated to the rebirth realm? Did he have nothing better to do than to waste over 1,000 years on researching a technique? Attain the rebirth realm? The old man shook his head. It's easy for you to say. You don't even know how difficult it is to cultivate to the rebirth realm, because attaining the rebirth realm requires one to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Of course, it doesn't mean you have to take your own life and get reincarnated. It's to send your consciousness into the cycle of reincarnation to temper itself and comprehend rebirth. You know, many dualism realm experts have fallen into eternal slumber because they failed to comprehend rebirth, and their consciousnesses remained within the world of reincarnation. Besides that, some willingly allow themselves to be immersed in the world of reincarnation and are unwilling to return to reality. In short, it's very, very, very difficult to attain the rebirth realm. It's far away from me. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Tell me about that sword cultivator. I'm quite curious about that person. The old man said, that sword cultivator was an extraordinary genius. He wanted to take revenge, but his enemy was at the rebirth realm. However, the gap between the dualism realm and rebirth realm is too great. Even 100 dualism realm experts can't shake a single rebirth realm expert. Moreover, he was very clearly aware that he had an extremely slim chance of attaining the rebirth realm. He didn't want to take the risk. It wasn't because he was afraid of death, and he was just afraid he wouldn't be able to take revenge. So, he decided to create a technique which could kill rebirth realm experts. In the end, he succeeded. Just one swing of his sword. He used just a single swing of the sword to kill a rebirth realm expert. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "Are there any side effects?" He knew that powerful techniques usually had side effects. It depends on the user. The old man continued, he didn't suffer from any side effects when he utilized it that day. But if you utilize it, then the side effects might be really strong. After all, your strength isn't equal to his. I'm sure you're aware that utilizing a force that surpasses your own strength will definitely make you suffer a certain amount of backlash. It's just as I expected. Yang Yi nodded and said, "Why is that sword technique in your possession?" "Because he was an old friend of mine." The old man continued. Once he killed his enemy, he had no further reason to live. So, he gave me the technique and asked me to find a good sword cultivator to inherit it. Yang Yi gazed at the old man for a long time, and then he said, "Give it to me, and it'll come save you once I grow stronger." The old man spoke indifferently. "Do you think him an idiot? Then just keep it and continue waiting." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he didn't hesitate to turn around and walk away. He was tempted by the sword technique, but he hadn't lost his mind. The old man's strength wasn't ordinary. If he were to release the old man, then forget about obtaining the sword technique. Even his survival would be a problem. The old man suddenly said, "Wait." Yang Yi stopped, and then he turned to look at the old man. "What?" The old man said, "I can only give it to you after you've released me." Yang Yi shook his head. "I can't free you right now. As I've said before, give it to me, and it'll naturally come to save you once I possess sufficient strength." The old man replied, "What if you don't return?" Yang Yi looked the old man in the eyes. "Do you have another choice?" "No, you don't. You can only choose to trust me. Of course, you can choose to stay here and wait. You can wait until someone else passes by, and then you can drag that fellow down here. Right? I think the day will come when a person you drag down here will be able to save you." The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "Come back and free me within 3 years. Swear with your soul that you'll definitely save me within 3 years from now." Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he said, 5 years. I'm confident in being able to do so if I'm given 5 years. Both of them looked each other in the eye for a long time. In the end, the old man said, "Fine, 5 years. I'll wait 5 years for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a scroll appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't fear it at all, and immediately opened it. It didn't take long for the scroll to transform into a ray of light that entered his forehead. Yang Yi naturally wasn't afraid that the old man would play tricks on him. He had the primordial pagoda, so he didn't have to fear anything that entered his body. It didn't take long for some information to appear in his mind. A long time passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes, and he said, "Who can stop my sword? It'll sever your path to rebirth with one swing." The name of the sword technique was Sword of Rebirth. Sword of Rebirth. It carried 2 meanings. Firstly, it could kill experts at the rebirth realm. Secondly, it could destroy a person's path towards reincarnation. In other words, anyone killed by this technique couldn't be reincarnated. Besides that, it could sever karma and cycle of reincarnation. Another formidable sword cultivator. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The sword technique allowed him to discern how terrifying that sword cultivator was, and that sword cultivator's attainments in the sword Dao were probably not inferior to Jian Wuji and the Unfettered One. However, it did make sense. The world was so huge, and there were so many sword cultivators, so it was absolutely normal for there to be a few peerless sword cultivators. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the old man. 5 years. It'll come save you in 5 years. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and started walking away. However, he hadn't even taken 2 steps when he stopped again, and then he turned around to gaze at the old man. Senior, do you have other powerful techniques or treasures? In any case, you have no use for them right now, so why don't you give them to me?" The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, "I do have many, but my memory is quite bad, so I can't remember most of them. I think that I should remember some once you return." "I understand." Yang Yi nodded. He didn't waste his breath again, and he intended to leave. However, the old man suddenly said, "Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go past Yellow Springs River. I don't want to wait for the next person that gets here." Yang Yi asked, "What is on the other side of that river?" The old man shook his head slightly. "I don't know, because those who do know are dead. The ominous territory is a forbidden area for your world. However, that place is the forbidden area of the ominous territory." The forbidden area in the ominous territory. Chapter 1469 Original Sin. Chapter 1469 Original Sin. The forbidden area of the ominous territory. Yang Yi hadn't expected the ominous territory to actually have a forbidden area, and it was on the other side of Yellow Springs River. What is that place? Yang Yi grew even more curious. After all, the old man had definitely surpassed the deity realm. Even though the old man was a deity right now, he had definitely surpassed the deity realm in the past. However, even he was filled with fear towards that place. So, it was obvious how terrifying the other side of the river was. What is over there? Yang Yi didn't ask it out aloud, because he knew that he wouldn't get an answer. Just as the old man had said, those who knew were dead. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, glanced at the old man, and said, "There's something I'm curious about. Why are you imprisoned here?" The old man fell silent for a short while, and then he said, "Greed is an original sin. Greed is an original sin." Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. The village leader of Spirit Village had told him the same thing. What does it mean? Yang Yi was about to ask when the old man waved his hand. Go on. There are many things that you don't need to know. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes closed slowly. Yang Yi didn't ask another question when he saw that. Yang Yi just nodded, and then he vanished on the spot. Once Yang Yi left, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, and he took a long look at the direction Yang Yi had vanished towards before he said, "How unusual." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes slowly. Yang Yi left the area beneath the pool, and then he looked down into the pool for a long time before he finally turned around and left. Since he started going deep into the ominous territory, he'd met too many formidable demon beasts and strange people. For example, Little Sky, the middle-aged man who'd give him the dragon seal, the spirit race, and that old man from before. Not only did they possess formidable strength, every single one of them was extremely mysterious. Who were they? Why were such formidable existences like them imprisoned in this place? What exactly was the ominous territory? He wanted to know so much, but he had no answers. Moreover, he had no time to think about all of that now. The important matter at hand was to get to the Forest of Darkness and obtain the Spring of Life. If he could obtain it smoothly, then he really wouldn't have come here for nothing. After all, while his journey had been filled with horror, he'd obtained a huge number of treasures as well. The only thing he found comparatively regrettable was that he didn't have any time to cultivate all the techniques he'd obtained, even the Sword of Rebirth. It couldn't be helped. He didn't dare to let himself enter the primordial pagoda and concentrate on cultivating while he remained in this place. After all, if any mishap were to occur, then his actions would have been equivalent to courting death. Moreover, the Spring of Life was more important when compared to all of that. So, he could only put them aside for now. If he didn't have the Spring of Life, then all of them would be useless. His life was the most important. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. He was about to continue on his journey, but he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly sat down cross-legged, and then he immersed his consciousness into his body. The demon beast. That demon beast which Big Blackie and the others had dragged into the primordial pagoda. He'd almost forgotten about it. In the primordial pagoda. At this moment, that demon beast had been brought to the verge of death by the primordial pagoda. It seemed to be quite miserable. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and just walked over to it. Submit to me or die. It was simple and direct. He didn't have the time to waste on it. What if it refused? That wasn't a problem. He could come and ask again. In any case, the primordial pagoda would be there to play with it. Demon beasts were proud beings, and this demon beast was no exception. A ferocious glow instantly appeared in its eyes when it heard Yang Yi. If it wasn't for the fact that it was utterly devoid of strength, it would have definitely attacked. Big Blackie and the others shook their heads when they witnessed this scene. They knew that fellow was going to suffer. As expected, Yang Yi turned around and left. At the same time, a strand of mysterious energy slammed against the demon beast. Bang! A shrill cry resounded from it, and then it started shivering while lying flat on the ground. Yang Yi paid no attention to it, and he just returned to the outside world. He had no time to waste on it. He didn't care if it refused, because he had the primordial pagoda to deal with it. In any case, it couldn't escape. After quite some time passed, Yang Yi suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. There was a moon hanging high up in the sky. The moon? Yang Yi frowned. How could I possibly be able to see the moon here? He glanced at the surroundings. Sure enough, he noticed that the miasma in the surroundings had actually become quite scarce. At this moment, the miasma was very thin like smoke, and it didn't affect his vision at all. He noticed that he was in a plain, an endless plain that was very wide. What is this place? Why is there no miasma here? Yang Ye's brows were still pressed tightly together. This place was quite unusual, so he didn't dare to act carelessly. Screech. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant, and he was about to leave when a sharp cry resounded from the sky. It sounded like metal scraping against each other, and it was extremely ear-piercing. Yang Yi was caught off guard by it, and his eardrums were instantly cracked by it, causing threads of blood to seep out from his ears. Yang Yi was shocked, and he hurriedly released his sword intent to cover himself in layers. After that, he looked up into the sky. He was shocked as soon as he did that. There was a huge bird in the air, and it blotted out the sky above. The bird was completely pitch black, and its presence had instantly concealed the entire sky. It didn't take long for the huge bird to arrive before Yang Yi. It didn't stop and just continued towards the distance. However, right when it passed above Yang Yi, it suddenly looked down and shot a glance at Yang Yi. Yang Ye's expression changed slightly because the bird had actually noticed his presence. Yang Yi didn't flee and just met the bird's gaze. There was indifference, complete and utter indifference in the bird's eyes. It was like a human looking down at an ant. It didn't take long for the bird to withdraw its gaze and continue towards the distance. Yang Yi shrugged. Even though he really didn't like the bird's gaze, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, he couldn't run over to the bird and fight it, right? Based on its aura, it was definitely much stronger than the ancient Emperor Python, and it was probably just slightly inferior to Cheongqi. If he were to fight it on his own, if he was honest about it, then he would really not be a match for the bird. So, that was why the bird had looked at him like that and even disregarded him. But that was exactly what Yang Yi wanted. He didn't want to get into any unnecessary trouble. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and continued forward. Now, no matter what he saw here, he wouldn't be shocked as he had been in the beginning. In any case, anything that appeared here was normal to him. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi suddenly stopped and stared fixedly at the area ahead. There was a wisp of excitement and happiness in his eyes, because a thick forest was standing not too far away from him. A dense expanse of ancient trees filled his field of vision. The trees there possessed extraordinary height, and every single one of them was at least around 300 m tall. The Forest of Darkness? Yang Yi wasn't very sure if it was the Forest of Darkness. However, he felt that it probably was. However, he still had to confirm it. He glanced at the surroundings, and then he vanished on the spot. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to enter the forest. As soon as he did, he had the feeling that he was tiny. At this moment, he felt extremely tiny because the trees around him were too tall. Even the fallen leaves on the ground around him were much larger than him. This is probably the Forest of Darkness, right? Yang Yi muttered in his heart. He wasn't very sure if this place was the Forest of Darkness. After all, it was his first time here. He'd asked Big Blackie and the others, but they were similarly uncertain because they hadn't been here as well. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and continued forward into the depths of the forest. All along the way, Yang Ye's profound energy was surging within him as he secretly kept his guard up. He was quite afraid that some monster would suddenly jump out from the shadows and catch him off guard. Such an incident was entirely possible in this place. So, he couldn't relax at all. However, Yang Yi was quite surprised because, not to mention a demon beast, he hadn't even encountered a mosquito all along the way. It was quiet, extremely quiet. It was very unusual. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned, and he looked up into the distance. A moment of silence ensued. Suddenly, the entire ground started to tremble violently, and then all sorts of demon beasts swarmed out from afar. There were numerous demon beasts, and they were of all types. They seemed like they'd gone mad and were rushing in his direction. Yang Ye's expression changed at the sight of this, and he hurriedly merged himself into the shadows of a tree. Fortunately, the demon beasts seemed to be in a rush, and they hadn't noticed him. Yang Yi observed them carefully. All of them were extremely strong, and there were many different types of demon beasts amongst them. Moreover, most of them were demon beasts that he'd never seen in the past. Yang Yi noticed that all of them had a trace of anxiousness and fear in their eyes. Is something chasing after them? Yang Yi frowned. That isn't very likely. All of them are comparable to deities. Moreover, there are so many of them. What could possibly make them flee like they've gone mad? Once all the demon beasts had fled, Yang Yi continued forward. Regardless of whether it was the forest of darkness, and regardless of what terrifying existence was up ahead, Yang Yi had to continue forward. He had to obtain the spring of life. As far as he was concerned, if he couldn't succeed, then he would die. All along the way, demon beasts were ceaselessly emerging from deep within the forest. It wasn't just on the ground. It was the same in the air. All of them seemed to be afraid of something, and they were fleeing madly towards the direction which he'd entered the forest from. This made an even more solemn expression appear on Yang Ye's face. At this moment, he was practically certain that something had definitely happened further ahead. Or perhaps there was some sort of extremely terrifying existence there that aroused extreme fear in them. Otherwise, the demon beasts wouldn't have lost their composure like that and flee the forest like they'd gone mad. At this moment, Yang Yi thought of the huge bird he'd encountered earlier. If that huge bird had been fleeing as well? Suddenly, Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and looked towards the distance. A figure was rushing swiftly in his direction. It was truly too swift, and it was so swift that the figure was already around 3 kilometers behind him right after he saw it. It was so swift that he hadn't even been able to see the figure's appearance. However, it didn't take long for the figure to turn back abruptly, and then it appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyes instantly opened wide when he saw the person's appearance. It's you. Chapter 1470 Sword. Who was the person before him? It was that masked saber-wielding woman that Yang Yi had met at the entrance of Ominous City. At that time, she'd almost killed him in an instant. So, she'd left a rather deep impression on him. But he hadn't expected to meet her here. She'd gone deep into the ominous territory as well. It's you. There was a trace of surprise in her eyes. Obviously, she too hadn't expected to meet Yang Yi here. Yang Yi asked, "What are you doing here?" She replied with a question, "What are you doing here?" Yang Yi replied, "I came to look for something." She replied, "I came to look for inheritances." Yang Yi glanced at her. Needless to say, had underestimated her strength. After all, she was clearly not ordinary since she could get here on her own. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and asked, "I saw you running over from that direction. There were also numerous demon beasts coming from there. Did something happen there?" She shook her head slightly. "I don't really know, because I didn't go deep, nor am I able to do so. There are too many demon beasts there. It's very easy to be discovered." When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Your skill in concealment is extremely formidable. Even I almost failed to discover your presence." Yang Yi asked, "Then how did you?" He was quite curious about how Shed discovered his presence. However, she shook her head. "I can't tell you." Yang Yi shrugged. "One more question. Is this the forest of darkness?" "I don't know," she continued. "Even though I've entered the ominous territory in the past, I've never gone deep. This is my first time coming here, and it may be my last. It's too dangerous here. Based on your current strength, if you insist on going further, then it's very likely that you won't be able to come back." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "I was only able to get here due to certain reasons, but I never expected that you would be able to get here. Looks like you're much stronger than I expected. Let's fight if we have the chance in the future." Yang Yi replied, "We can spar if we have the chance." Yang Yi was very willing to spar with experts, because he would be able to determine what he lacked and improve himself. This woman before him was the strongest saber cultivator had met. Her saber was too sharp and swift, especially its speed. Even he feared it. She nodded slightly. "If you intend to go further, then let me give you a piece of advice. Don't. Even though I don't know what those demon beasts fear so strongly to the point of leaving their territory, I have no doubt that it is absolutely not something you or I can fight right now. Yang Yi smiled. I appreciate your good intentions, but am still going to continue forward. She glanced at him and nodded slightly. Good luck. Yang Yi asked, Are you leaving right now? She shook her head. I'm going to look around. This place is extremely dangerous, but it's filled with fortune as well. So, I've decided to look around. Unless I encounter an extraordinarily powerful demon beast. Ordinary demon beasts can't keep up with my speed. Right? Yang Yi nodded. She was absolutely swift. It could be said that he couldn't compete with her speed at all. Now, he understood why she was able to get here. Besides her formidable strength, the other factor that supported her success was her speed. If she decided to flee, then perhaps only Qiongqi could catch up to her. Meanwhile, she said, I have other business to attend to, so we'll be bidding farewell now. Yang Yi nodded. Farewell? She nodded slightly, and then she vanished on the spot. She was 30 kilometers away when her figure appeared once more. She was so swift that her figure couldn't be seen clearly. Even Yang Yi couldn't. Yang Yi gazed at the direction she vanished towards, and a long time passed before he shook his head. Looks like I have to work on my speed. Speed was definitely beneficial. It allowed one to both attack and retreat. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts. He was about to continue forward before he suddenly closed his eyes, and then his clone appeared in the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi's clone arrived before the demon beast that was still being suppressed by the primordial pagoda. At this moment, there was another figure by its side, and it was Little Sky, of course. A ferocious glow instantly appeared in the heavily injured demon beast's eyes when it saw Yang Yi. However, it didn't take long for the ferocity to vanish and be replaced by fear. Yang Yi paid no attention to it and gazed at Little Sky instead, because it was Little Sky who had asked him to come here. She walked over to him and spoke softly, Can you stop bullying them? They are quite pitiful. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, Little Sky, tell me the truth. Are you a demon beast? Actually, Head had such suspicions from the beginning, because all the demon beasts gave her face. Moreover, she was really protective of them. So, he suspected that she was a demon beast. Little Sky shook her head. I don't know what race I'm from. Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, Little Sky walked over to the demon beast and patted it lightly on the head. It's fine. Just stay with him for 5 years. Once 5 years have passed, you'll regain your freedom. Moreover, even though he's cursed by the heavens, he possesses great karmic luck. Staying with him might bring fortune to you. The demon beast glanced at Yang Yi, glanced at Little Sky, and then didn't hesitate to nod and display its agreement. Yang Yi couldn't help but take a deep and long glance at Little Sky. They really do give her so much face. At this moment, Yang Yi wanted to drag Qiongqi in here and see if Qiongqi would give her face. Unfortunately, Qiongqi was absorbing the energy from the demonic dragon and couldn't show himself for now. Just like that, the demon beast submitted to Yang Yi with Little Sky's help. Even though it was just for 5 years, as far as Yang Yi was concerned, it was enough. Because the demon beast had the head of a cow and the body of a person, Yang Yi gave it a name which he felt really suited the demon beast, Little Cow. With Little Cow addition to the group, Yang Yi had a total of 6 demon beasts if Qiongqi was included. If he was included in the group, then their forces could even go against 30 deities, because both Little Cow and the ancient Emperor Python could fight 3 deities on their own. As for Qiongqi, it was obvious that he could fight more. Based on Qiongqi's current strength, even fighting 5 deities wouldn't be a problem for him. It could be said that Head gained greatly on his trip to the ominous territory. Of course, it would be perfect if he could obtain the Spring of Life. If he failed, then it was very likely that everything he gained would be useless. If he was dead, then what was the point of the treasures and demon beasts Head gathered? The Spring of Life. Yang Yi opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and continued forward. All along the way, there were more demon beasts running out from deep within the forest. Yang Yi was extremely shocked by the sight of them, because deities really were everywhere. It could be said that if the people and demon beasts here could leave, then even the joint forces of the entire lower dimensions would definitely be unable to resist them. Because up until now, Practically every single demon beast had encountered was one that had attained its strength through hard work and without relying on any external forces. Based on his estimations, perhaps only the large world could fight against the ominous territory. Even though the ominous territory was very terrifying and even had that unknown area beyond Yellow Springs River, the large world couldn't be underestimated. After all, Nether Maiden and the others were from there. Moreover, he hadn't met the Nether Pavilion's eldest sister and second sister. However, their strengths were definitely capable of destroying worlds. But there were powers on par with the Nether Pavilion within the large world. Besides that, how extraordinary was Jian Wuji? However, he wasn't unmatched in the large world. He could only be considered to be the strongest sword cultivator in his generation. It was obvious how powerful the powers of the large world were. However, the ominous territory wasn't ordinary as well. So, it was impossible to know if the ominous territory or the large world was stronger. After all, they hadn't collided. As Yang Yi traveled deeper into the forest, fewer and fewer demon beasts were running in his direction. In the end, he only saw a few demon beasts every hour. Yang Yi's gaze burned with desire when he saw them, because if he could send them into the primordial pagoda, then he could form an army of demon beasts. However, he didn't dare to do that. If he created a huge commotion here, then he might be besieged. After continuing forward for another 2 hours, Yang Yi didn't see another demon beast. He couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression at this point. He slowed down and remained vigilant at all times. He had a bad feeling. At this point, the bad feeling he had was growing strong and stronger. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped and listened attentively. Thump, thump. Soft thumps were coming from far away. It sounded like footsteps. They started soft, but they gradually grew louder. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed that the ground had started to tremble slightly. It didn't take long for it to grow much louder. Around 10 breaths of time later, the entire ground was shaking violently. Moreover, even the trees in the surroundings were shaking intensely. Countless leaves were raining down from them. At the same time, the soft thumping reverberated like thunderclaps. Every single one was deafening. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while an extremely solemn expression appeared on his face. What exactly is over there? Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he had the intention to retreat. His intuition told him that regardless of what was far ahead in the distance, it was definitely not something he could deal with. So, he should avoid it for now. Right when Yang Yi was about to retreat, a hoarse voice came from afar. Sword, 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 sword? Yang Yi was stunned. What? Suddenly, Yang Yi looked ahead. He seemed to have seen something, and it caused his eyes to open wide. Don't scare me like that. Chapter 1471 Yellow Springs River. Chapter 1471 Yellow Springs River. What had Yang Yi seen? A giant that towered into the sky. He saw a towering giant around 30 kilometers away. How huge was it? It was absolutely huge to the point it was much taller than a mountain. There was an extremely thick golden chain around it. Yang Yi had seen such golden chains because the old man trapped beneath the pool had similar chains around him. However, the chains on the giant were much larger than the chains that bound the old man. What the heck is that? Yang Yi's eyes were opened wide. Needless to say, he was absolutely shocked. After all, he'd never seen such a huge giant. Obviously, it was definitely the reason why those demon beasts had been fleeing. Yang Yi couldn't discern its realm of cultivation, but just its size was enough to induce despair in others. The giant was looking ahead with eyes that seemed to be dazed. It was walking forward slowly while ceaselessly muttering, "Sword? Sword?" Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that fellow looking for a sword? Yang Yi didn't think too much about it and restrained his thoughts. He intended to retreat because the giant was absolutely not something he could resist. It was impossible even if the other demon beasts joined forces with him. But right when Yang Yi was about to retreat, the giant suddenly looked down slightly towards Yang Yi. In an instant, 2 beams of light surged out from its eyes and instantly arrived where Yang Yi was. Yang Ye's expression had changed drastically when the giant noticed his presence, and he intended to flee. But it was too late, because the beams of light had arrived above him. They were just beams of light in the eyes of the giant, but as far as Yang Yi was concerned, they were like pillars which could hold up the sky, because the beams of light had covered an area of 3 kilometers around him. He had nowhere to run. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to draw his sword and swing it. A ray of sword energy flashed out from the ancient sheath and slammed against the beams of light. Boom! Yang Ye's sword energy shattered. Yet the beams didn't slow down at all and blasted down upon Yang Yi. Boom! Boom! A bottomless hole was instantly blasted open there. Fortunately, Yang Yi had fled the spot. He'd fled while his sword energy held the beams of light back for a moment. So, he hadn't been injured. But he hadn't fled for long before he noticed the giant's aura had locked onto him again. Soar! As the giant muttered in a low voice, 2 more beams of light descended towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi was horrified when he noticed 2 more beams of light descending towards him. He didn't draw his sword again, and he just sped up and fled. Boom! Boom! He just fled the spot when a bottomless hole was blasted upon there. As he fled, Yang Yi glanced at the huge hole in the ground, and his eyelids twitched. Because if he'd been struck by those beams of light, then he would have definitely been obliterated. The beams of light weren't things that his current body could resist. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and sped up towards the distance. However, the giant's aura was still locked onto him. The most horrifying part was that while the giant was huge, it wasn't slow at all. Just a single step allowed it to traverse around 3 kilometers, and it could even run. Moreover, there was something that could be considered even more terrifying, and it was that the giant possessed long-ranged attacks that covered a huge area. Those beams of light were truly too terrifying. They were so terrifying that he didn't dare to go head-on against them. Flee. Since he had no chance against it in battle, he had to flee. Yang Yi raised his speed to its limits. At this moment, he was even faster than a bolt of lightning. However, he still couldn't shake the giant off. That giant was following closely behind him, and its aura was constantly locked onto him, so he couldn't escape. Moreover, Yang Yi was annoyed because the giant frequently shot 2 beams of light at him. In the beginning, Yang Yi felt that the giant was attacking because it had noticed him. Yet now, he felt that something was off. Because the giant was targeting him, it felt like the giant refused to stop until he was dead. Why? Because of the sword? Because I'm a sword cultivator? Yang Ye's brows were pressed tightly together as he fled. The giant had ceaselessly muttered the word sword, and it seemed like it had a strong obsession towards the sword, yet he'd used the sword just now. That fellow hates sword cultivators? And I just happen to be one? My luck isn't that bad, right? The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. If that was the reason, then his luck was horrible. But no matter what, the important matter at hand was to escape the giant. He'd thought about summoning all the demon beasts to fight the giant, but he was very well aware that even if they could defeat it in the end, they would definitely suffer heavy injuries. Perhaps they may not even be able to defeat it after suffering heavy injuries. He hadn't fought the giant, but based on its size, he knew that its defenses were definitely stronger than the rock titans. So, he decided to flee. Because if he fought the giant, then regardless of whether he won or lost, it wouldn't benefit him at all. However, the giant had no intention to let him escape. It chased him all the way, and its aura was always locked onto him. So, he couldn't shake it off at all. This made Yang Yi quite exasperated. All along the way, Yang Yi fled randomly. He'd encountered some demon beasts, but not only did they refuse to attack him, they even turned around and fled. Because the towering giant was behind him, they were clearly absolutely afraid of the giant, and they fled immediately upon catching sight of the giant. Besides that, Yang Yi intentionally fled towards the mountains in order to shake off the giant. He hoped that the mountains could stop the giant, but he was disappointed. Regardless of how huge the mountains were, they couldn't stop the giant. It wasn't because the giant could fly, it was because it just slammed its body against the mountain. No mountain could withstand it. So, mountain after mountain was collapsing incessantly, but the giant was completely unharmed. This made Yang Yi give up his intention to fight the giant, because two overlapped heaven winds were definitely unable to kill the giant. No, it may not even be able to harm the giant. That towering giant was absolutely formidable. Flee. Flee as fast as he could. It wasn't embarrassing to flee before an opponent that was impossible to defeat, and it was foolish to fight an enemy which one knew was impossible to defeat. After all, he stood to gain nothing from risking his life against it. If he lost, it was obvious what would happen. But would he gain anything from winning? He would gain nothing. Since it didn't benefit him in any way, he wasn't willing to risk his life. Even though he couldn't shake it off, the giant couldn't catch up to him. As for his profound energy, the volume he possessed was even sufficient to run for 3 days and 3 nights. Of course, the precondition was that he didn't execute Heaven Rend. You're really good at slamming things apart, right? Let me see how many you can crush. Yang Yi turned his head back to glance at the giant, and then he sped up. Because the giant was behind him, he feared nothing and dared to run anywhere and everywhere. In any case, as soon as the demon beasts saw the towering giant, they wouldn't even think about attacking him anymore, and they would just flee right away. Just like that, Yang Yi led the towering giant throughout the ominous territory, and he caused chaos to spread throughout the ominous territory. Many demon beasts naturally hated Yang Yi, because he brought the giant over and destroyed their territory. However, because the giant was behind him, they didn't dare to look for trouble with him. So, Yang Yi became even more fearless. He ran towards any mountain he saw, and the giant would smash down any mountain in its path, regardless of how large the mountains were. It didn't matter how huge they were. All of them collapsed before the giant. Just like that, Yang Yi ran while the giant chased after him, and the entire ominous territory was in chaos. Even though it seemed easy for Yang Yi, he was actually nervous and terrified at all times. Because the giant's eyes were too terrifying. It shot out 2 beams of light from time to time, and they gave Yang Yi an absolute headache. A single heaven rend couldn't stop the beams of light at all, but 2 overlapped heaven rends wasted too much profound energy. So, he had no choice but to dodge the giant's attacks all along the way. However, he'd almost been hit on many occasions. He couldn't let this go on. In the beginning, he thought the giant would definitely be injured from ceaselessly slamming itself against the mountains. However, even at this moment, while it has crushed around 100 mountains, it showed no signs of suffering any injuries. Its defenses had utterly exceeded Yang Ye's imagination. It could be said that it would be absolutely fine even if it slammed itself against another 100 mountains. This method of his wasn't working, but he didn't have any other ideas. So, Yang Yi was in dire straits. Around a day later, Yang Yi was still running while the giant was still chasing after him, and it seemed like it wouldn't stop until Yang Yi was dead. During this period, Yang Yi had thought about talking with the giant, but he'd failed. The giant only spoke a single word, and it was sword. Besides that word, the giant didn't know any other word, and it just released more beams of light. He couldn't communicate with it, nor could he fight it. He was in quite a difficult spot. After running for a long time, Yang Ye's eyes suddenly lit up because he saw water. A river that was around 10 m wide had appeared not too far ahead. The river wasn't very wide, but it was extremely long. He couldn't see the end of it on both sides. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to fly over the river. He hoped the river was deeper so it could trap the giant for a while. As he flew past the river, Yang Yi noticed that there was a stone tablet at the riverbank. But he didn't look at it because he couldn't be bothered to do that while he was in such a situation. Yang Yi rose his speed to its limits and instantly vanished into the distance. If Yang Yi had paid a little attention, he would have noticed that the giant hadn't chased after him at all. The giant had stopped before the river, and it had even started to slowly move backwards. As for Yang Yi, he hadn't turned back after he flew over the river, and he didn't dare to turn back as well. After all, the slightest mistake might allow the giant to catch up to him. Once that happened, he would be in trouble. Just like that, Yang Yi vanished into the distance. As for the giant, it was still moving backwards incessantly. If Yang Yi had looked at the stone tablet, he would have stopped as well. There were only 3 words on it: Yellow Springs River, Chapter 1472 Ruthlessness is the way. The giant moved farther and farther back, and it was moving quicker and quicker. It didn't take long for the giant to have moved around 3 kilometers back, and it was far away from the river. It gazed at the river for a long time, and then it turned around and left. What about Yang Yi? Yang Yi was still speeding up. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi had stopped. At this moment, he noticed that the giant hadn't followed him here. Yang Yi frowned on the spot. Has it really fallen into the river? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a while, and then he shook his head and decided to pay no further attention to the giant. He would naturally not turn back and have a look. After all, he would be courting death if he turned around and encountered the giant. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, he couldn't differentiate between north, south, east, or west, because Head been leading the giant all over the place, and as he ran and ran, Head lost his sense of direction. However, as far as he was concerned, this place didn't seem to be dangerous. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he continued forward. The miasma wasn't very dense here. It was thin and scarce like smoke, and it didn't really affect his vision. He could see everything within an area of 3 kilometers around him, but his vision farther than that was quite blurry. Fortunately, it was much better than the parts of the ominous territory that Head previously passed through. All along the way, Yang Yi sized up the surroundings incessantly. Presently, he intended to figure out where he was. He wasn't here to just go around randomly. His objective was the forest of darkness. As he walked and walked, Yang Yi felt like something was off. It was quiet. It was extremely quiet all along the way, and there was no vitality in it. It was different from the quiet atmosphere in the forest from before. That forest was quiet, but it had vitality. However, this place felt like it was frozen. It wasn't just quiet. It didn't have a shred of vitality. Many people may not understand such a vague concept like vitality, but if someone went to a cemetery late at night, then it would be easy to understand. Something is off. Yang Yi frowned while a bad feeling arose in his heart. Moreover, it was growing stronger as he went deeper into this area. Experts at his level of cultivation possessed a certain level of ability to sense danger. Once the feeling of danger grew stronger and stronger, Yang Yi couldn't help but stop, because he hadn't had such a feeling even when he encountered the towering giant. So, an extremely dangerous existence was definitely up ahead. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and was about to retreat, because he felt that he couldn't continue forward in this direction. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe suddenly appeared around 3 m away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned because the middle-aged man's arrival was too abrupt. There had been no signs of his arrival, and Head just appeared out of thin air in front of Yang Yi. In an instant, the profound energy within Yang Yi started to surge. At the same time that he became vigilant, he was sizing up the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man seemed to be around the age of 30 or 40. Of course, Yang Yi definitely didn't think that it was the middle-aged man's true age. Once strength arrived at a certain level, one could maintain one's appearance at any point in a person's life. The middle-aged man wore a luxurious robe, wore a cloth around his forehead, and held a scripture in his grasp. Based on his outward appearance, he looked like a scholar. He seemed refined, pleasant, and harmless. However, Yang Yi would absolutely not think that way. Someone in such a place would definitely not be a kind person. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for quite some time, and then he said, "It has been so many years since someone came here. I never expected someone to come here today, and it's even a voider. It's quite interesting indeed." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a go board appeared before him. At the same time, 2 stone benches appeared. Yang Yi was puzzled. What's all of this? The middle-aged man gestured at the go board. "Come, let's play." He sat down once he finished speaking. "Play Go?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't really know how." He knew a little about it, and it was something his mother had taught him when he was young. At that time, he would play with little Yao when they were bored. However, he hadn't even learned the basics of it. "It's fine." The middle-aged man smiled. "Everyone starts a beginner, and so did I. Your desire to kill is too strong, and the viciousness within you is too powerful. You need to calm your heart." Yang Yi sized up the man, and then he sat down. The middle-aged man grinned when he saw Yang Yi sit down, and he said, "The guest always goes first." Yang Yi didn't refuse. He picked up a black piece and placed it at the center of the board. A wisp of surprise flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes when he saw Yang Yi's move. He looked up and shot a glance at Yang Yi, starting at the center without any intent to strategize. "You want to fight right away?" It's understandable for the young to be so aggressive. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised a white piece and placed it on the board. Yang Yi played just like how he did things. He didn't beat around the bust, and he immediately attacked from the beginning. He intended to take the middle-aged man down with him. Of course, Yang Yi was at a complete disadvantage, but he didn't care. Yang Yi picked up a piece and placed it on the board before he asked, "Senior, can I ask you something?" The middle-aged man replied, "Go on." Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man. Needless to say, it was very easy to speak with the middle-aged man. He thought for a moment and said, "My objective is the Forest of Darkness. But I encountered a huge fellow, and I accidentally got lost while being chased by him. So, I'd like to ask how I can get to the Forest of Darkness." "You're lost?" The middle-aged man who was about to place a piece of the board had stopped immediately. He gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You came here because you got lost?" Yang Yi nodded. "No wonder." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, and then he sized up Yang Yi. "Insufficient lifespan. You are heading there for the spring of life?" Yang Yi didn't conceal his objective, yes. The middle-aged man placed the piece on the board and said, "That thing can keep you alive. Based on your natural talent and strength, your lifespan won't be a problem once you get it to increase your lifespan." "But why did you get lost?" Yang Yi asked. "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. "It's nothing. Come, let's continue. If you still want to know the answer once we're done, then he'll tell you how to get to the Forest of Darkness." Yang Yi asked, "Really?" The middle-aged man smiled. "I promise." "All right, let's continue." Yang Yi nodded, and then he picked up a piece and placed it on the board. The middle-aged man instantly lost 5 pieces because of this move. However, the middle-aged man shook his head, and then he picked up a piece and placed it on the board. As soon as he did that, Yang Yi's expression became quite unsightly because head instantly lost 15 pieces. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man said, "Based on how you play, you're definitely someone who disregards the consequences of your actions. Even though it allows you to vent your anger, you're unable to endure the consequences that follow. It's not wrong to be young and arrogant, but you must know your limits, and you must know when to exercise forbearance or accept defeat. The way of neutrality is to be able to advance, retreat, and exercise forbearance." Yang Yi smiled. "Senior, we're like 2 armies at war. If I take a step back and exercise forbearance, what would I get in return? Would you show mercy? No, you wouldn't. You would seize the opportunity to destroy me. You don't deny that, right?" The middle-aged man remained silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "There are many situations where taking a step back or exercising forbearance will only make your enemy take advantage of the situation. Since the moment we started this game, I knew that you wouldn't hold back against me, and I knew very well that my ability was definitely insufficient to be a match for you. So, what do you think I should do in a situation like that?" Yang Yi chuckled and continued, "I chose to try and take you down with me. If you want to kill me, then even if I can't defeat you, it'll still make you suffer." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi picked up another piece and placed it on the board, and then the middle-aged man lost 3 more pieces. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi. He didn't speak a word, and he just raised a piece and placed it on the board. Yang Yi immediately lost over a dozen pieces. However, Yang Yi didn't care and just continued. He played like how he lived his life. He never regretted his decisions. Yang Yi knew his character well, and he knew it was very easy for him to get into trouble. Moreover, it was very easy for him to bring calamity down upon himself. However, he was very well aware that ruthlessness was the only way to gain a foothold in this world. Many had a bad habit, and it was their fondness of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. So, never be the weak, and never exercise forbearance, because that would only give you a life of a grievance. If you're dissatisfied, then fight. If you fight, then fight until the end. That was Yang Yi's attitude towards life. Both of them ceaselessly picked up pieces and placed them down. Yang Yi's pieces were gradually reducing in number. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi had no place to put down the piece head raised, because the entire board was covered in black pieces. At this moment, the middle-aged man said, "You've lost." Yang Yi nodded. "I have lost this game." The middle-aged man suddenly looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, "This isn't a Go board but your life. You've lost your life." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he looked up at the middle-aged man. "My life?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Your life?" Suddenly, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. Bang! The board before him shattered in an instant. Yang Yi sheathed his sword again, and then he looked the middle-aged man in the eyes. "What about now?" You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.